Alright, give me a moment. Still kind of setting things up here. Can't see. Window up above. Alright. Back in Steam VR. And actually into VR. Okay, that'll work. Blub, I'm a fishy. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. I do need to start one more program, and then I will be completely ready. Knowing my luck, something will completely break, and I'll have to completely restart the PC again. But we'll see if that happens here in a moment. Alright, little nav map is up and running. I am getting Rutony chat up and running. Reposition Windows. There it goes. Alright, let me now do a function check. Testing. Alright, cool. I'm making sure that it is writing. If it... Okay, so with Rutony, when I do the test at the beginning of my stream, I type out test one time. It then sends a message to Twitch. It also sends a message to YouTube at the same time. It gives me actual icons, Twitch and YouTube, whenever something is said. So whenever I say something, it's doubled up. However, when anybody else is on those services and talk to me, I can see everything combined into one. So it's real nice, and it's right here on this screen, which is kind of cut off. So kind of see the text block right up there. In fact, Frosty Tools just wrote a big chunk of stuff. Yeah, but it's pretty nice. Having all that stuff combined into one is super, super nice. Alright. So it has been over a week since I last played any games, I think. I had my second back surgery yesterday, or not yesterday, last week, last Thursday. So that is done. I'm afraid my epidural is going to wear off in the next couple weeks. However, at the time that the epidural the last time I had an epidural, it lasted a month and a half. Well, my month and a half point is with my follow-up with the pain specialist. So hopefully that gets the ball rolling into actually having the big back surgery that will shave the bone down and actually get rid of the rest of the pain. So, yeah. Let me reset my view here. Get that nice and centered. Function check. Left pedal, right pedal, up, down. Flight idle. Looks like everything works. That works. That works. There's that. And Striker Wolf, good morning. Hope you're doing well. And before I forget, I really need to figure out a place to put this drink.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
Striker Wolf, take care, dude. Rest well. I will be most likely playing this for a while. So, it is currently about 8:10 a.m. in Brussels. I think I'm still in Brussels. Not Brussels. I'm still in Belgium, sorry. Yeah, I am still in Belgium. We're going to be in Belgium most of today. Alright, so let's do this. Battery on. Let's hope that the... Hey, look at that. The GPS works. We haven't actually had a GPS failure in a while. Let me Knock on plywood. Yeah, that seems to be working pretty decent. Still have that issue. Can't really make that brighter at all. We'll do that then. Alright. Got to get all my other little side things running. Open Bush Talk Radio. Alright, open up that page. So, the one that runs on this PC is the one that controls the point of interest messages. The one that runs on the streaming PC is the one that runs the music. That being said, I'm thinking about actually just running Spotify today. Alright, we're going to top off on the fuel. I wish that this was bigger. Like, it shouldn't be that little tiny thing in the middle of the aircraft. Alright, so full tank of fuel. Good. The only other thing I need to do is go back to this and actually put my weight in the helicopter. Uh-oh, why is that not working? Uh-oh. There it goes. It's because the game wasn't in focus for some weird reason. 200. And load. Alright. Go back to this. Load my flight plan. Send all that to avionics. So we got that. Nice. Yeah, the last time I flew, we were on sim update version 14, I guess. We're still on version 14. They haven't done any updates in the last, I guess, week. Previously, it's been like almost every 6 days they've been pushing out an update. I mean, hell, they pushed out an update on Friday of 2 weeks ago. So they must have been pretty confident that they fixed a bunch of stuff, you know? Alright, I think we are good to go. Let's do this.
Gatorade.
Dietrich, good morning. Hope you're doing well.
H2O.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Alright. So there's the starter. Sim volume 70. Sim volume 10. Sim volume 50. Sim volume 70. I can't tell if it's changing the volume or not. Sim volume 10. Sim volume 50. I don't think it is. I am not hearing any volume difference at all. So Voice Attack is hearing me, but the actual volume control is not. So I could do that manually too. How am I doing? I am definitely doing better. I had that back surgery last Thursday, so Sim volume 70. Interesting. The volume slider is moving. The volume slider is moving, However, the volume doesn't actually change until I grab it with the mouse and move it there. Sim volume 10. That's really weird. Alright, so we're going to bump it up to about 50%. Actually, hold on, we might have another problem. My computer is acting very, very slow. Why is it? Oh dear God. I don't know why. There are about 20 instances of Bard Music Player for Final Fantasy XIV running. And those are causing huge slowdown. Let me delete those. Because apparently they didn't shut down cleanly. Okay. That was just weird. Alright. Let's see if I can get some... Music volume 10. I don't remember the volume control for the music. Oh no. Because that wasn't it. It didn't recognize that. Oh, it's not music volume. It's just music and then the number. Okay. Music 10. Alright. So now we are going to take that and do radio stations. Alright. Several radio stations here. We're going to be in Belgium and Germany today, I think. Dietrich, right? I don't know any of these radio stations. Oh, here's Rock FM, 80s, 90s. Let's listen to that. All right. Music 20. All right. All right. Function check, lights work, rolling up. We do need the pitot tube and the fuel pump. All right. Music 10. Can you guys hear the music? Music 40. Can you guys hear that? Having to do a bunch of... All right. Picking up. Music 10. All right. Of course, I'm already going the wrong way. Of course, I'm a helicopter. I do what I want, right? Oh, man. It's nice and clear today. A lot better than the last flight we had. That was just constant rain. We can actually see some stuff today. Music 30. All right. How are you all doing today? Oh, this area is beautiful. We didn't get to see anything because it was raining so bad last time. Oh my god. So much better. Alright, this first leg is about 24 miles. So let's just push for speed. Yeah, it is crazy. We have, Monday is the 1st. Holy crap. Oh, you got a dam right there. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, the water just stopped. That is why. Got an earth dam there. Actually, I take that back. I think I actually did try to stream last week. I got maybe 40 minutes in and then it disconnected Twitch and I couldn't get it to reconnect. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. Barely got into the stream last time. As far as I'm aware, no, they still don't have anything where I can zoom in and out with that, sadly. Still need to take the mouse over here and do that. There we go. Looks like there's a nuclear power plant or something over there. Cooling tower. Right there. A lot of wind turbines around. And right now we actually have a little bit of a tailwind, which is always good. Processing down there. Cyber Blitz, thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're doing well this morning. What is this? Oh, it's okay. It's like a stadium. Just they kind of did some weird things with the houses. I don't think it's supposed to look like that, but whatever. The wind speed is 2 knots. So the turbines are like barely moving. Again, if they wanted to do the turbines more accurately, they need to be like half of the turbines don't move at all, and then the other ones all operate at different speeds up to maximum speed. That way you've got every single one rotating at a different speed, which is a lot more realistic. They're never synced up, ever. Is it true that you can't fly a helicopter solo with passengers after a certain age? There were some laws passed in the last 6 years-ish in which they try to, if you're older than, like, I think it was 68, they want to age you out where you can't fly commercially or something like that. I think it was 68. It's somewhere around there. That rule a lot more applies to airline pilots, however, and less so when it comes to helicopters. Because again, with helicopters, flying people around is not the major thing with them. Helicopters are like doing stuff. They're like the workhorses of the sky. Moving heavy stuff around, things like that. And usually at that point you're flying solo, or maybe with a co-pilot. Alright, we're coming up on our first airport. It is most likely this wide open spot right over here. Music 10. In fact, yes, that is it. I can now see it on the map here. Now, wind speed right now is... Got a radar dome down there, cool. Wind speed right now is like 2 knots, so wind speed is negligible. I know I'm going to be landing with a tailwind, but it's so little, it doesn't really matter. An ambulance helicopter? Yeah. At that point, I don't know if 65 is UK specific. I think it was changed to 68 in the US, but it sounds about right. I think it's one of those things of studies show that people after age 65 have a higher risk of accidents in aircraft, so because of that, they age them out kind of thing. Alright, let's start slowing down. So as you get slower, the rotor is becoming less and less efficient, and in a hover it's the least efficient it can be. So you notice that as I was slowing down there, I was slowly feeding the collective in more and more until I actually came to a standstill. Alright, there we are, we're touched down. You think that the pilot's fitness would be taken into consideration, not just their age? You would think so, but a lot of times, it's one of those political decision kind of things, and yeah. They also want to give reasons for older pilots, you know, get out to allow younger people to join the workforce and have younger pilots in and doing stuff too, to make sure that there is a cycle. As people leave, new people come in. So it's one of those things. Now, there's nothing that says that they can't stop flying. They just aren't moving people. They're just not moving people as their primary means of doing the flight, essentially. And sadly, I believe medevac, you're moving people. I remember now why I stopped listening to radio. It literally is 10 minutes of ads and one song, isn't it? All right, this next leg is 15 miles. I'm actually surprised by how many wind turbines are in this area. They're just everywhere. I might be turning the real life radio off and instead just going to Spotify so we just have music. Because just waiting for the ad to finish, it's just like, Music 30. Interesting. We have a small airport right there that my route is not going to. So we're going to deviate. Make sure to go land at that one. Watch us get there and it's closed. Watch it have X's on it. And that's the reason why I didn't go there. That's right, that GPS doesn't have full function. As I'm approaching this, I'm starting to think that this might just be a farmer airfield. Oh yeah, well, it's a hard surface. I'm looking for X's. I don't see any X's on it. Boop. Alright, touchdown there too. Picking back up. Music 40. Put that down there. Yeah, Cyberblitz, it does. Learning how to fly helicopters is a lot more difficult because to rent a Cessna, for example, it's maybe $100 for maintenance costs to fly it for an hour. Then you got to pay an instructor and all that kind of thing. A helicopter, just to fly a helicopter for an hour, you're talking about $400. So it is a little bit more expensive to fly a helicopter than a airplane. I got extremely lucky. Music 10. I got extremely lucky because when I got out of the military, I had my what we call the Montgomery GI Bill. It allowed me to go to school after I got out, and that's what I did to learn how to fly helicopters. Ooh, bird. A little bit high right now, so drop the collective a little bit, get back on glide slope. Music 30. Those birds are kind of flying close to the ground. Okay, we're getting into ground effect. So just sitting in that cushion and touchdown. All right. I don't think we've seen any custom airports yet that have like high detail models yet, but all right, next is another 18, almost 19 miles. Do some other function checks here. Do we have... Yes, we do. We do got some real aircraft flying around. Cool. Should get into the helicopter ambulance service. My problem is that I don't have the hours to meet what the insurance companies want, is the problem. There's a point at which the insurance rates go down a lot, and I don't meet that, sadly. The thing is, though, Cyberblitz, talking about how road, suburbs, football fields, Music 10, a football field is like That's so much space. So much space. When I was going through my training, in the UK, they're not allowed to fly at night. Really? Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that. When I was doing confined spaces training at my flight school, we were landing in areas where there was literally maybe 3 feet between the rotor blades and the trees on all sides. Like, we would find a little clearing and then lower the helicopter right into it. So, like, a football field is completely wide open. That's interesting. I didn't know that. The thing that is... The reason why you see more crashes with ambulance helicopters, though, is think about why the ambulance helicopter's out there, right? A lot of times, if somebody's injured where they need an airlift to get somewhere really, really quick, it's usually because, say, the car wrecked after bad weather. So the helicopter pilot is still dealing with that weather when that happens. So traditionally, yeah, the weather tends to be a little bit worse. Shoot. My flight school, for our night flights that we had to do, we were not allowed to do night flights if the moon was not out. If the moon is not out, it is pitch black. But if the moon's out, you can actually see things a little bit. Same thing with overcast. Like, if the moon was out, but it was overcast, again, no flight was allowed. They only did it when it was clear. During my time, there were a couple times where we had some interesting weather. And one of those times, oh yeah, I had to do a canyon run. We had some really weird weather come in through Utah once. And to keep legal, you have to stay so far away from the clouds, and the only way back home was literally through a canyon. Sorry, I still got this cough going on, guys. Got another body of water over here. Probably there's a dam maybe right there. What side is the dam on? Probably that end. No, actually right there. There's multiple dams. Okay. Haven't actually gone to any point of interest yet today. Also, I did find something else out, which is, I thought was a little bit odd. The sim, for some weird reason, does not register a helicopter touching down and picking up as a landing. It only registers airplanes with wheels. If you have an airplane with skids, it doesn't register it at all. So there's something weird with that. The other thing is that even though the sim doesn't register the landing, Steam does. So I need to land at a bunch of helipads. Music 30. Alright, so, yeah, that right there is a point of interest. So we actually have a few point of interest up ahead. Ah, there they are. Okay. Wintersburg. We will get that on the way back, though. This first one might actually play as we pass by it. Alright, let's start climbing a little bit. Fuel flow is good. Alright, yeah, so we have 3 points of interest here. Music 0. Now the catch is the program running? I love the terrain here. It looks amazing. Actually, sorry, we are going to pause real quick. The thing should have been playing, so I don't know why it's not. Let me... Interesting, it sees me. Why is it not playing any of the song or the sounds? Settings. Point of interest for audio volume.
At 581 meters, the Grand Wintersberg is the highest hill in the North Vosges in Alsace. The Grand Wintersberg lies about 4 kilometers northwest of Niederbrunn-les-Bains. The massif separates the valleys of the Falkensteiner Berg and the Schwarzberg. At its summit, which is made of Bunter sandstone, stands a 25-meter-high observation tower, which offers hikers an outstanding panoramic view over the North Vosges, the Palatine Forest and the Upper Rhine Plain across to the Black Forest. At the 514-meter-high saddle between Grand and Petit Wintersberg is a hut, the Chalet du Wintersberg, managed by the Vosges Club, as well as the Lisa, a Gallo-Roman, sphinx-like sandstone relief. Celtic relics may also be found on the hill of Ziegenberg to the southeast.
Okay. So this is the highest peak in this area. Okay. That's cool. They might actually have some cell phone towers up here, but I think that is supposed to be an observation tower. Alright, let's continue on. Hopefully, that kicks the thing into... Where in the world is this? We are currently in Belgium. Or... yeah, we're still in Belgium.
Chateau du Wassenberg, located 400 meters in height on the northwest hillside of Rijsberg, is a ruined castle in the North Vosges. It is a recognized historical monument since 1898. Although its origins are fairly obscure, the historians attribute generally its construction, by 1273, to Conrad de Lichtenberg, then Bishop of Strasbourg.
Wow.
The castle is located on the territory of the commune of Niederbrunn-les-Bains. The site was outstandingly emphasized by recent works of consolidation and of restoration. The castle presents the peculiarity not to possess a keep. An 18 meters high, 14 meters long and 3 meters thick shield, while overhanging a deep ditch, is enough to protect the lodging house towards the attack. A plate overhanging the entrance of the castle commemorates the visit of Goethe of 1771.
I don't know if that is a custom model or not. I've never really seen anything with a roof that was of that color, though. I'm not sure. Somebody might have to actually pull up an image of this place and see if it actually looks like that or not. Alright, let's go get this last one. that is a quarry. I was like, what is that down there? Sometimes it just randomly puts a building in the middle of the quarry, and it's like, no, somebody needs to make a mod that clears the quarries of all the buildings.
The German war cemetery in Niederbrunn-les-Bains is the resting place of 15,809 soldiers who died in this region during the final stages of World War II. Most of the soldiers buried in the Niederbrunn War Cemetery died during Operation Nordwind, launched by Hitler on December 24, 1944. It was a desperate attempt to retake Alsace. After the war, thousands of fallen German soldiers were buried in graves scattered throughout the region. In 1961, these graves were moved to the old German-American cemetery, on a hill overlooking the strategic passage connecting Niederbrunn to the plain. In the cemetery, 1,500 graves are reserved for unidentified soldiers. 2,200 graves belong to members of the Waffen-SS, although this information does not appear on their stele. The cemetery houses the graves of the deceased of 17 nationalities. This is eloquent proof that the German military depended in part on foreign labor during the latter stages of the war.
Okay. Trying to identify where exactly the gravestones would be. Might be the area we're hovering over right now. Oh no, I'm sorry, no, it's literally right there. This is the actual graveyard. Right over here. Here you can see all the headstones. Okay. Oh, and okay, they've actually got, this is looks like a custom model. Let's go down and take a look at it. Interesting design here. I take that back. It's not a custom model. It's I have a feeling in real life it's like a dial display, but for some weird reason it decided to put 5, 6 different house shapes on that for some weird reason. The music requests, not so much. However, what I've been doing is I'm using, okay, talk about a couple different things here. The app that I'm using that does the little history snippets, I'm running 2 copies of it, one on my game computer, one on my stream computer. The stream computer, that one's only allowed to play music, and what it does is it plays local radio stations. So we're actually listening to radio stations in this area of the world. So, music 30. I did turn it down for the history thing, but if they play it, awesome, but we might get to it one day. I might have to queue it up in Spotify just because. Alright, let's get out of here. Speed. Full power. Next location, which is only 8 miles away. Music 40. How is the music volume on your guys' side? This is specifically to the people watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you are not going to be hearing music, sadly. It's good? Okay. I might need to do some adjustment on my end to make sure that I can actually There we go. Had to bump up the volume on my side. In fact, if you go to bushtalkradio.com, so BUSHTALKRADIO, Music 10. If you search for an aircraft with the identification number SQUEE, SQUEE, that right there, you will find exactly where we are. Voice in game is louder than the music, but you can hear music fine. I'm more worried about the levels in between. Like when the ads are on, I turn the music volume really down low. I'll turn it back up when the music actually is playing. All right, so there's another point of interest in front of us. Interesting name. Let's go land there. It's a helipad. Can't hear the ads. Music 40. See, they're in the middle of an ad right now. See? Music 10. Yeah, I'm turning it down. We don't need to... Alright, so this is a military camp. There's the helipad right there. Oh yeah, that definitely looks like a military camp. Alright, we're gonna come in, kill a lot of our speed here. Alright, feed the collective back in. And this kind of looks like it's a parade field, but definitely a good place to land a helicopter too. They do have markers. That's good. A little bit too quick of a descent there from what I wanted to do. Terrain is a little bit bumpy here. And boop. There you go. Alright, and continuing on. Picking back up. Yeah, want to get through translational lift as quick as possible. That happens around 30-40 knots. Then the main rotor becomes a lot more efficient. But, yeah. Alright, what is in front of us?
Bitchy is a commune in the Moselle department of the Grand
Music
Est
Zero.
administrative region in northeastern France. It is the Pays de Bitchy's capital city
we're
and
back
the
in
seat
France
of the
again.
canton of Bitchy and the Communauté de Communes du Pays de Bitchy. The town belongs to
Oh,
the Northern
interesting-
Vosges Regional
interesting name.
Nature Park and is rated for flowers at the Towns and Villages in Bloom competition. As of the 2013 France census, the town's population is 5,225. The inhabitants of the commune are known as Bitchois and Bitchoises. The
Okay.
town is known for its large citadel originating
That's
from
cool.
a castle built at the beginning of the 13th century. The fortress is noted for its resistance during the Franco-Prussian War. Louis Casimir Théossier, its commander-in-chief, held the place for about 8 months with 3,000 men against about 20,000 Prussian
That
and
would have been
Bavarian
really cool to
soldiers
see
until the
the-
French government
a 3D
ordered him
model
to
of.
surrender after the ceasefire in 1871. The town became part of Germany after that date until the end of the First World War, when it was given back to France. During the Second World War, it was annexed by the Third German Reich.
Okay. So I'm not... I don't know. Am I still in France or am I in Germany now? I'm slightly confused. Somebody will have to look at the map and let me know. Music 10. Alright, continuing on. Music 40. Again, one of my biggest fears right now is new people are going to join the stream. They're going to hear this and think I'm a German streamer, which I'm not. We're just listening to local music is all. I do like that they place the churches down, cathedrals and stuff. Music 10. Alright. We are at about 82-83% fuel. We are doing well. Plenty of fuel for now. I want my drink. Music 40. Oh man, okay. Commander Keith, good morning. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you very much for the resub. What's up, dude? I see some sheep or something down below. Shoot the gap between these two turbines. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, my game just froze. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Well, we just crashed. Bear with me one moment. Okay, so I have an idea of what is happening here. Hold on. Event viewer. Did the stream end? Music 20. We see me. Okay, good. So Steam VR didn't die. It was just the game. I have a feeling the issue is how do I explain this? I think the issue is a couple add-ons I have. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go into this and I'm going to delete some of these. We're going to get rid of the French and German road system. It essentially, it's supposed to be a mod that clears the trees away from the roads, but if it's causing issues like that, that's a problem. All right, let's try that again. Steam. Oh, man. All right, so I've got a rough idea of where the game crashed. I'm going to try to place the helicopter down in a field nearby, and we'll start from there. Oh, and now we have the ads. Of course we do. Music 0. All right. So, just another little FYI, the area that I live in is supposed to be getting hit with a bunch of storms and stuff in the next 12 hours or so. So, let me actually double check the local weather. Oh yeah, everything's red here. We're like, they're like 30% chance of tornadoes. Like, it's supposed to be bad. Warnings about hail and all that kind of stuff. I'm just gonna, in fact, let me double check the weather app on my phone. Make sure this camera's not on, so it's not picking up where I live. Ooh, yeah. Weather's supposed to be nasty today. Okay, it's going to be more windy tonight more than this morning. Okay. Actually, I take that back. No. It's going to be windy starting at 8. It's currently 2. Okay, so it's going to be windy all day long. All right. All right. In fact, we will set that down right there. All right, let's get back into the sim. LFQU. Lima, Foxtrot, Quebec uniform. Lima, Foxtrot, Quebec uniform. So, this is the location we were going to. We didn't quite make it there. So, let me now zoom out a bit. We ended up crashing somewhere over here. There's the military camp we stopped at. And what I'm going to do is we did get more than halfway between these 2 points. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find this halfway spot. And we're going to place our helicopter right there. Let's do on-ground shutdown and start flight. There we go. All right, so give me a moment. Let me get this thing started back up again. Let me turn all my switches off. Turn that camera back on. All right, and now we can go back into VR. There we go. All right, look forward, press shift. Why did my helicopter bounce? That was weird. Ready to fly. All right, take that off, take that off. Take static port and pitot tube. 4 objects on this. This helicopter, in my opinion, should have 5 objects to remove. You should have to take the blade socks off. You should have to take the engine cover, goes on the top, the intake, and the exhaust. You should also be required to have to take the tail rotor block out, because if you don't, that is very dangerous. For some weird reason, the main blade and the tail rotor block are all one piece, which, in my opinion, shouldn't be. Alright. Reset our view. Now, this is going to lower our... Oh, God. This is going to lower our... fuel level to about 50%. We're closer to 80. I am remembering to remove the weight of the
unicorns dancing on rainbows. Big fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Big fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
200 pounds in the seat. So yeah, let's see. Let's do 75%. That'll work. 75% is fine. Okay, so now, bear with me a minute. So annoyingly, when the thing crashes like that, it actually causes little navmap to completely disconnect. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do display capture. Okay. And I'm going to open up the flight plan, and all I got to do is go up to the top here, and we're just going to delete the waypoints that we already saw. So then when I import the new one, we essentially start there. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so let's do File, Export Flight Plan for 2024, and Save. All right, so now I need to stop. Am I flying a Huey? No, I am flying a Airbus H125, also known as the AS350 in the U.S. It is a, it's like a 6-person helicopter. Give me a moment, I'll actually go to exterior view so you can actually see it. It's a really common helicopter. Actually, little navmap. I gotta reboot that again. Alright, so, and in fact, here, check this out. So you can see how it snapped the location back. So I'm making sure that I'm not skipping any parts of the world. I'm making sure that our entire flight is, I can sit there and literally say I flew around the world and I flew the entire thing. Every time that we ever have a game crash like this, I'll backtrack a little bit so we refly it, just to make sure that we're actually covering all the ground. Reposition windows. All right. So now the helicopter is this. So it's an H125. The reason why I'm flying these is I have flown this helicopter in real life, so I like flying it in the sim too. So let's release the rotor brake. Battery on. Let's hope our GPS works. It does. Very nice. Shoot. Damn cough. All right, while we're here, let's actually load our route. So plan file, load from PC. At this point, it opens up a window. Documents. Open. There we go. Send that to the avionics. Cool, and we are good to go. Center that. I have lost my mouse pointer. There it is. Okay, so which direction do we need to go? That way. All right. Anti-collision lights. Horn works. Avionics on. Let's turn the fuel pump on and the pitot tube heat. Again, do a function check because we did technically shut the entire game down. Alright, we're good to go. Flight idle. Let me now do another check here. Sim volume 10. Sim volume 80. Now it's working. Very nice. Sim volume 60. Alright, and clear right, clear left. Clear. Throw a little safety cover. That little switch right there is literally how you turn the engine on and off. And then, of course, you have the protection cover over top of it. So it's super useful. Music 20. Alright, so we're taking off and going that way. Yeah, this is still considered a small helicopter. Hueys are considered like a medium helicopter. And they're still huge. Alright, rolling up. Holding off on the horn. Horn on. That's letting me know that my rotor speed is too low. And we want to do a function check to make sure it turns off as we get up to RPM. Alright, we are good to go. Picking up. Just slowly adding the collective until we start getting light on the skids. We are currently nose up, tail down because of the hill we're on. So I'm trying to make sure that we... There we go, we get level. We're light, and pick up. That's it. And ground effect for a moment. Alright, let's get some speed. Pulling a lot of collective. $60 knots, more than enough. Alright, let's get back on our route. Music 40. Let's see if removing those road mods makes it so the game doesn't crash when we reach that same point. Gonna climb a little bit. We're only about 300 feet above ground level right now. Usually for noise abatement, you want at least 500. Alright. I think we were actually trying to split the difference between those two wind turbines when the game crashed. Let's try that again. Shoot. So right about here is where it crashed last time. Alright, yep, looks like we got past it that time. So yeah, it's one of those add-ons is causing me an issue. I'm gonna have to narrow down exactly which one it is. I think next time I'll fly, I'll turn one of them on. And then that way I can keep track, and then we'll just turn them on one by one every day until we crash again. There's only 3 of them, so... And then once I can narrow down which one is causing the crash, I can message the creator and let them know. Just sitting there right under 200 feet altitude, just hauling ass. 140 knot airspeed. Alright, let me start getting lined up with the runway. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I just saw that this said 26L, and I was like, wait, where's the right one? And I just realized that the right runway, it literally is the grass. Come on, touchdown. There you go. Alright, and now we're back on course. $40 knots, 50 knots, 60 knots, just add collective. All right. So to kind of keep the aircraft safe for the occupants, usually get your speed like I just did, and then around 60 knots you pull collective and just go up. You can go straight up with a helicopter, however there is that weird area where it is a lot more dangerous. It is safer to get speed, so if something happens you can still glide down to the ground again. So music 50. little rest stop there, nice. I'm sorry, my bad. I completely forgot to re-enable this. I have to open this up for my data to be sent to the Bush Talk radio site. Now it should be good. Oh, shoot. Music 0. Bush Shield Airport, helicopter Sierra Quebec Uniform Echo Echo, inbound for touch and go from the north. Radio volume 50. That did not seem to work. Why did that not seem to work? Forest Shield Airport, helicopter Uniform Echo Echo, inbound for touch and go. Error.
Cartier-la-Haurier is a French army base. It is located in the Moselle Département, about 2 miles west of the town of Falsberg, on the north side of the Route Nationale 4 highway adjacent to the village Saint-Jean-Curtier, 29 miles northwest.
Radio volume 0.
During the Cold War, Falsberg-Bourshade Air Base
touch
was a
and go,
frontline
Uniform
base
Echo
for the
Echo.
United States Air Forces in Europe. In 1950, U.S. representatives began a series of discussions with the French to select air bases and negotiate the details of establishing a large USAF presence. USAF desired an airfield in Alsace or Lorraine due to their eastern location near the Rhine River, but at the time, there were no existing airfields that could meet NATO requirements. The agreed airfield site was west of the city of Falsberg, adjacent to French National Route N4 on gently rolling farmland. The USAF wanted to base a fighter wing at Falsberg by 1955. In February 1952, the 7040th Air Base Squadron was activated to administer the base and provide coordination for the various construction activities. Highway N4 was moved a half-mile to the south, and by the summer of 1952, work began on the site preparation of the base. Construction continued during 1953, and in 1954, the base was nearing completion. By the spring of 1955, the runways, taxiways and hangars were constructed. However, the base was barely habitable because few roads were paved and the utilities were not yet installed. On the 4th of February 1955, 12th Air Force took possession of Falsberg AB, although no combat wing or aircraft had been assigned. Tactical Air Command advised USAF that due to budget limitations, it would be unable to establish a tactical air fighter/bomber wing at the base until 1961.
That runway right now is closed. I don't know if this airport is still active or not. So, no idea with that. Alright. Picking back up. Salzburg Tower, helicopter uniform, Echo Echo. Taking off, departing to the southwest. Bird. Completely random pink tree. Actually got a couple of them right down here. Alright, so I think we do have some point of interest up ahead. A bull? Maybe? I don't know. There's something right here, which I'm not entirely sure of. I mean, I guess it is bull. Is it? Oh no, it's a 5-point, so that means it's a helipad. Interesting that it doesn't have a helipad. Actually, no, it's not. It is a point of interest, isn't it? I'm really confused with that. I don't know why they got the markers swapped out. Radio volume 40. I am going to keep the ATC talking, though. Is it going to play? Maybe play? Maybe play? Maybe not? Okay, I guess not then. Music 30.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray cleared for takeoff, runway 22.
Radio 20.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 22, Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
Alright. Let's see here. Music 0. I'm actually going to turn Bush Talk Radio off. We're going to go back to Spotify because I want to continuously hear music. I don't want to listen to ads constantly. So let me get that up and running and let me find a playlist. In fact, go down here real quick. Where are we? I believe technically we're in France. So okay, yeah, we're in France for a little while, so let's play a French playlist. Volume 20. All right. Volume 40. This is that dang song again, isn't it? Volume 40. All right, let's go. How is the music volume compared to the game audio in my voice? Just about right? That's good. Okay. I'm always...
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike, make left traffic, runway 12, cleared for
Radio
takeoff.
10.
Making left traffic, cleared for takeoff, runway 12.
Radio volume 10.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Ah, shoot. Volume 40. Okay. So I just need to make sure that the volume in my headset is balanced. There we go. Yeah, the quarries are super visible. All right, this leg from the last airport to the next one is about 23 miles. I'm also seeing, to my right is a large body of water with a dam. So I'm going to deviate over here and see if we can fly over the dam. Don't know if it is actually modeled or not. All right. Oh, it's literally a body of water, but then a separate canal nearby it. Huh. Interesting. Alright, I'm actually going to turn on the better GPS. Well, I gotta move it now. Come on, please boot. There you are. There we go. Now we got a proper GPS. Radio volume 15. See, I'm trying to make sure that we've got like some radio. There they go.
05 Alpha Mike, descend to 2,000 feet, report established on the localizer.
I want that in the background so you can still hear it.
2,000 feet will report established on the localizer, Skyhawk 505 Alpha Mike.
So, the couple mods that I have, one mod is supposed to greatly reduce the amount of trees. The default thing puts way too many trees in the fields for some weird reason. So having that really makes the world look a lot more believable. One of the other mods I have gets rid of Asobo's trees and instead put normal sized trees. For some weird reason, Asobo's trees are like double height. They probably did it for visual, fill up the area, but no, they're not that tall. Alright, next airport's about 4 miles away. I love all these rolling hills here.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, enter right base, runway 27. Right base, runway 27 from Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
Alright, descending while slowing down here. Volume 10. Start going a little bit quieter with the music as we come into land. This is one of those airports that at one point probably used to be bigger, but they've greatly downsized the runway. This is 27 right, and of course the left one is the grass strip. Okay. Alright. We are just over 62% fuel. Touching down. Alright, and off we go. Volume 40. $40, $50, $60, pulling collective. All right. Yeah, I still hope that Asobo fix a thing that actually puts the town label names back on, because that was so nice during the beta. Or the tech alpha, I should say. Next airport's about 11 and a half miles away. So essentially what I'm looking at here is this right here. See how it's got an arrow pointing essentially straight up and down? That's letting me know that it's in front of me. And right now it's organized by distance, so I can kind of get an idea of where each airport is at and how far away it is. And because I just referenced my other map, it was 13.9, 14 miles from the last airport to the next, and we were already a couple miles down, estimated about 11, so. That's one of those things when they talk about pilotage, it's to take all that information and put it together to figure out where exactly you are. A lot of pilotage is like looking outside and figuring where you are from landmarks, because a lot of times charts have little notes of this thing is here, like water tower or something, cell phone tower, McDonald's, Walmart, you know, stuff like that in the US at least.
Runway 15 report 3 mile final.
Right downwind, runway 15 will report 3 mile final, Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
In fact, talking about water towers, one right there. That water tower mod was actually free. Free. Didn't mean to squeak there. My throat has been bugging the hell out of me. Oh, shoot. Alright, we are dealing with a little bit of a headwind, but when I say a little bit, I literally mean 1 knot, so it's not really affecting us much. A lot of animals. I think I see some horses down there. That looks like it used to be a quarry, and then they just let it fill up with water. That's probably really deep. Looks like they kind of turned it into a park or something. That's a raised area with some water too. Shoot. In the UK, a quarry filled with water is called a flash. Interesting. Okay. Do you happen to know, like, what that naming convention is? Or why they do that? Do a quick check. Just trying to make sure we're not passing any point of interest. See, like this body of water below us, its shape kind of tells me it's artificially constructed, because that's too flat. Like that's a earthen dam or something there. It's gotta be.
Nancy is the capital of the
Pause
northeastern French department of Meurthe-et-Moselle, and formerly the capital of the Duchy of Lorraine, and then the French province of the same name. The metropolitan area of Nancy had a population of 511,257 inhabitants at the 2017 census. Place Stanislas, a large square built between March 1752 and November 1755 by Stanislaus I of Poland to link the medieval old town of Nancy and the new town built under Charles III in the 17th century, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the first place in France and in the top 4 in the world. The city also has many buildings listed as historical monuments and is one of the European centers of Art Nouveau thanks to the École de Nancy. Nancy is also one of the main university cities, and the conurbation is home to one of the main health centers in France.
Extend upwind, I'll call your crosswind.
Extending upwind, awaiting crosswind call, Skyhawk 9001 Bravo.
Alright, I'm just going to land on the taxiway here. We're about 60% fuel, so still plenty fine. Touchdown. There we go, picking back up. Alright, so we are going to be a little bit quiet for a little bit here because we got a few point of interest nearby. It's only 2 miles away, so that's probably going to be playing relatively soon. Flash is where the land has subsided due to mining and is filled with water. Okay. Like, I'm guessing it's something different for them to do, like, a quarry and then purposely fill it with water, instead of a quarry and then just naturally let it fill with water. So yeah, this seems to be a slightly larger city. Seeing a lot more buildings here. Now the catch is, with this, I don't know if it is actually...
The Place Stanislas is a large pedestrianized square in the French city of Nancy, in the Lorraine region. Since 1983, the architectural ensemble comprising the Place Stanislas, the extension of its axis, the Place de la Carrière, and the Place de l'Alliance, has been on the list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The square was a major project in urban planning, conceived by Stanislaus I of Poland as a way to link the medieval old town of Nancy and the new town built in the 17th century under Charles III, Duke of Lorraine. The square was also intended as a place royal to honor Stanislaus' son-in-law, Louis XV. The design created a large urban square or place that linked two handsome existing buildings, the Hôtel de Ville and the Hôtel du Gouvernement, the seat of the duchy. The seat of city government and the seat of ducal government thus faced each other as complements through a series of rational, symmetrical but varied urban spaces, unequaled in Europe at the time.
This place is I'm guessing restaurants and stuff down below. Had to be slightly careful. From a distance, I thought this was Darth Vader at first. I was really confused. That is definitely not Darth Vader. Yeah, so this appears to be all custom. We've actually got the statue and stuff here. In real life, people would be so upset. This is probably filled with people in real life. And they got whatever these overhangs are. That's kind of a cool thing. I think that these buildings are messed up. In fact, yeah, those buildings are definitely messed up. It looks like the building texture is on upside down. So I'm going to take a picture of that for a bug report later. Let's do pause. Now bear with me, I have to go out of VR to do this. Free cam. So let me do a screenshot here. Continue. Upload to Imager. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I am going to go to my Discord. I am going to find the Flight Sim bug reports. Put that image in it, and I need to see... What was the name of this location? One moment as I find the exact... Palace Stanalis. PLACESTANISLAS. Okay. I don't... There's no easy way for me to get my latitude and longitude, is there? Hold on. Oh, sweet. So, one of the nice features with Bush Talk Radio is that all the point of interest are labeled with coordinates. And in fact, I'm just going to double check on Google Maps to make sure. Yep, okay, so that is the coordinate. Sweet. that is going to be super useful for bug reports. Cool. So let's go. Let's see here. A couple things I need to do. First things first, let's go back into VR. Uh-oh. Okay. First, get out of camera mode. Second, back into VR. Third, actually back into the game. Yeah, so I'm going to do a bug report. It looks like actually all 4 buildings here. All 4 buildings. The inner side facing the courtyard, the textures are upside down. In fact, hold on. Yeah, hold on one moment. Let me do a check here real quick. So they are upside down on all sides, and it also seems they're missing their windows. So it's kind of weird where you can like see through the building here, but then when you go up and above, suddenly it has a roof, right? Kind of odd. All right, let's get out of here. Pause music.
Cessna 90001 Bravo, taxi to holding point runway, tree 2 via taxiway Bravo.
Taxiing to holding point runway, tree 2 via taxiway Bravo, Cessna 90001 Bravo.
All right, next airport is 11.2 miles away. Volume 10. Here's a question. Is anybody aware of any manufacturer that actually makes a touchscreen that simulates one of these GPS units? That, let me clarify, that works with Flight Sim 2024. Because that would be amazing. I would love to be able to actually control that properly. Volume 40. Alright, we're deviating for a moment. There's a structure over here. As far as I'm aware, it is not labeled. But I want to know what that is. Maybe a horse race track down here too? Maybe? Doesn't, yeah, it doesn't really look automobile. Looks like horse race. Can't really tell. So what is this building? This might be a water tower in real life, I'm not sure. See a football field. I don't know. Not sure what that is. But whoever lives there has enough money to have 4 tennis courts, their own football field, a bunch of trails to the woods. I don't know. Alright, let's get back on route. I'm going to aim for where our route would have crossed the water here. And hold on, let me go back here too. There's a lot of carp lakes. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah.
Bravo Charlie, report midfield for left base entry.
Wilco Tower will report midfield for left base entry, Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
There's not that many aircraft visible today.
Platform Echo Echo, runway 20, clear for touch and go.
That's weird. The ATC just talked to me, but I didn't make any calls. We're already 2 hours in. Holy crap. Frickin' ads. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, too. The textures in this area is not that high res for some weird reason. Pause music. I'm wondering if this is a military airfield and they have the satellite imagery blurred for those purposes. Game, don't do that. Again, this aircraft has some weird bug in it where if you request a lot of power quickly, the audio just goes away. I mean, it's acting like there's a G-force thing going on, and there's not. Alright, picking back up. Let's go. I think there might be a point of interest in front of us, though. Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. Pause music. Oh, I just realized something. Hold on.
Foxtrot Delta, enter right downwind, runway 15, report.
Alright, I'm gonna go out of and then back into VR. Hold on a moment.
15 will report 3 mile final Mooney 824 Foxtrot
Helps me
Delta.
focus back on the game. Let me do this real quick. I was playing VR chat the other day, and I had changed my render resolution. I was wondering why things didn't look as sharp. Now that's fixed. For it to reload, however, you have to have it leave VR and then go back in, and then it updates. But now it's fine. Cool. Oh, that got rid of my stuff, though. Damn it. Need those back. Alright. That's better. start descending real quick because I see a bunch of animals. Probably a mixture of horses, cattle, and sheep. Surprised we didn't have it as many horses in the UK. Oh yeah, all the horses. And there's the cattle. Yeah, Sim Update 2 Beta right now has so many more animals. It's nice. Alright, pushing for some more speed. And looking for point of interest. Nope. Nothing here. I might need to uninstall whatever's causing the giant birds because it's really weird.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, enter right base runway 27.
Right base runway 27 for Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta.
See, in real life, it'd be extremely easy to grab this and scroll through these. It's a lot more difficult because I have to literally grab that little thin bar to scroll through it. Kind of annoying, but... Alright, so we have a point of interest coming up, which it is not... Pause music. Alright, let's see what this point of interest is. If it plays. I hope it plays. Supposed to be getting something right now and we're not. Alright, I'm going to do something. We're going to do an active pause. I'm going to throttle down a little bit. Let me see if I can figure out why the Bush Talk radio is not working now. Oh, because it wasn't in focus, maybe?
Domremy-la-Pucelle is a commune in the Vosges department in Grand Est in northeastern France. The village, originally named Domremy, is the birthplace of Joan of Arc. It has since been renamed Domremy-la-Pucelle after Joan's nickname, La Pucelle d'Orléans. Domremy is positioned along the Upper Moose Valley, 4 kilometers north of the town of Kusi. The village land includes a small wooded hill to the west of the houses, which rises to a height of 407 meters, known as the Domremy Wood. This overlooks the small adjacent settlement of Les Roises.
Okay, so birthplace of Joan of Arc. All right. Next track. Yeah, weather is really nice today. Very little wind. Super clear. In fact, I'm being now a little bit suspicious. Hold on. Let's double check. Oh no. It wasn't using live weather.
2,000 feet traffic on departure.
Oh no, how did that get changed?
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
We got some clouds now. 14 knot wind. Not that, still not that bad. I'm now really curious why it turned my weather off. Because it's never done that before. Truman showed the weather, right? Like, the weather's too good. I'm like, there's no way it's no weather at all. Should have some wind. I mean, again, I love the terrain here. Like, Kansas flat is a little bit boring to me. Having some hills make it look a little bit interesting, especially when you have like the farmland and then you have the forest and it goes back and forth. It looks really nice. For those that are new to this stream, I am doing an around-the-world flight in a helicopter, Volume 10. We are currently flying through northern France, kind of flirting with the border of France, Germany, and Switzerland, I believe. But I think we're currently in France. That's the reason why we have a French playlist playing right now. But I will be trying to play playlist of whatever country I'm currently flying through at the time. At least that's my general plan. We get into Belgium, we'll be listening to that soon. Volume 40.
Mustang, November 1 Kilo Uniform 59.
All right. All right, next airport's about 6.5 miles in front of us. It might be that area right there. I'm seeing some artifacts of, it looks like I can see the PAPI lights from this far away, which is how it should be. So actually, let me talk about this too. Pause music. So pilotage is to take whatever you know of your map, right? Oh, uncheck that. I'm looking in front of me, and I see on the satellite map this little group of trees here. Well, when I look forward, that's that group of trees right there. So you can kind of figure out where you are from that kind of stuff, right? This forest to my right is literally that. And it's kind of, you gotta kind of think of looking at it from that kind of really low angle instead of straight down like a satellite image does. But a lot of times the paper maps are not actually satellite imagery, but they do have markers that help you. Like, usually town boundaries, really tall objects, water towers, cell phone towers, they're all marked. And those are usually really good landmarks to use. Same with power lines. So our airfield is, of course, right over here. That right there. That's our runway. And we are extremely low. I can see all 4 of the PAPI lights are currently red, meaning I am way too low. But then again, I'm a helicopter. Do what I want. So many of the federal aviation regulations in the US are aircraft are not allowed to do this, followed with a little blurb that says, this does not apply to helicopters. For helicopters, the main rule that we have is a helicopter cannot damage persons or property on the ground. Other than that, it's free game. Helicopters can do everything else.
Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie, make a right turn heading 180 traffic at your 9 o'clock 1 mile.
We are not technically limited to that 500-foot rule, which is why you have helicopters loading stuff onto buildings and flying low through populated areas. That's why, when there's really bad flooding, a helicopter can technically land on a roof of a house, and it's entirely legal. That's that. This does not apply to helicopter rule in action, essentially. Have a random car driving towards us on the flight line. In real life, they would stay absolutely still until I frickin' pass. Unless, well, I guess they would drive that way too. Usually, like, you don't have wheeled traffic going around an airport unless absolutely necessary. And I just thought of something crazy. The AI very clearly made that turn to drive down that taxiway. The game has AI to have vehicles make turns at intersections. They need to apply that to all the other vehicles that are driving around, so they don't just hit an intersection and then vanish or turn around and go back the other way or something. That'd be really nice. They need to partner up with, like, Waze or something. Get the road maps where the cars actually look like they're driving on proper roads. Get into the proper lanes to take an exit or something. I don't know. Next track. Have a aircraft FR 1294 and VOE 2327 in sight. There's a few aircraft. KLM. Alright, let's see. Sorry, I just still have this stupid cough. See, I always wonder what this is. Like, what? The spacing on that is just odd to me. I'm used to volume 20. A lot of farming that I see is more like this, where the entire field is a field instead of having driving areas go between it. I don't understand what that is. Volume 40. Shoot. I can see off in the distance the terrain's getting a little bit rougher too. Got some kind of mountain thing right there.
For takeoff, runway 30, wind calm.
I mean, it's not a super tall mountain, but it's different. Alright, pulling power. The mod that I have that adds the power lines that actually have the wires going between them, oh my god, it looks so good. Like, see, in real life, you would not be flying down that canyon right there because of all those wires. But I love this. We're going to deviate slightly here. This is the part that I love that they did, because you wouldn't want to fly down here. But as you can see, they literally put the visible spheres on the uppermost wire to let aircraft know that that is there and it's stretching over the ground. That's so cool that they did that. It's an awesome mod. And in fact, we're going to mimic something now. pretty sure you've seen those guys that sit next to a power line. They wouldn't be coming in this aggressive. But now the problem that I have here is I don't know where the physical boundary of the thing is. So if we crash, it's going to reset me. Yep, there it is. Yeah, see, we're hitting something solid. So the actual boundary of the thing does not match the shape of the thing, sadly. Dang it. More horses. They only seem to have one kind of horse, though. They need to get some different colors of horses. Alright, continuing on. Volume 40. Another check for point of interest. When I get to the next airport, I am going to, we're going to take a look at the map and see where we are and where we're going. See a bunch of
Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, turn
bunch of
left,
wind
heading
turbines
180,
down there.
contact departure.
Left to 180, contacting departure Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
So, random question if anybody knows the answer to this. Where exactly in France is considered wine country? Is that like more towards the Mediterranean? I'm not really seeing what would be rows where they would be growing grapes or anything like that here. It's more like general open farmland. Oh, here's another stupid question. Okay, so yeah, I think several of those I think are down south then. Here's another stupid question. Pause music. Does anybody know, am I anywhere near where Captain Picard's or the Picard Chateau would be, or is that more in wine country down south? Because we'll have to, if they've got the actual building that they used in the TV shows, that would be funny to find. Pause music. Sorry, gotta move around a little bit. I had back surgery last Thursday, so still having a little bit of uncomfortableness from getting the needle shoved in my back. But I do have a patch on my back which is kind of numbing the entire area too. It's just, Labar, okay. Pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that horribly. Alright, let's push for some more airspeed. So one of the weird things with all helicopters, it seems, is power requirements. A lot of times it's not moving, it doesn't move this much. Like, it's a lot more stable power load wise. Yeah, like it shouldn't be just, it shouldn't be, you can see it's just kind of bouncing up and down, and it shouldn't be doing that. I'm purposely letting it go down low so we're not getting into the warning area. The Picard winery was filmed in California? Okay. Well, when we get close to it, I want to see where supposedly there and land there. That'd be just a fun little Easter egg. Really? Okay, that's cool. Then that's where we'll have to land at some point. That's cool. I don't think I'm physically anywhere near that. Alright, now I do want to let you all know that we are about, well, when I say about, I'm still talking about like 20, 30 minutes. We're going to be going through an area that is extremely heavy with point of interest, so music's going to be cut off and we're going to be listening to a lot of those. Super Luigi, yeah, it is. My collective, for example, it's 3D printed. The only companies that used to make affordable collectives, they don't anymore. Like, they only had a limited run and I wasn't able to get one. It sucks. Star Trek wine, 60 bucks. But is it any good? Or as Worf puts it, his sour mead. That's what he ended up calling it. I still want to try to get, like, this is all 3D printed. I do want to get an all metal one, but again, I'll figure that out one day. We got some power lines going across this valley here. You can see the little orange and white balls along the top of the wire right there. Might be a little bit hard to see. There they are. Clear that. 5 stars according to the on-site reviews. Nice. That's good. So, as you can see, my route is a bit chaotic. Every single blue triangle is a point of interest.
Skyhawk clear for traffic.
right? So we're about to land here, and then I'm gonna show you. We're gonna switch to little nav map, and I'm gonna show you that. But look how terrain here is awesome. The site is also full of other wines, including Canar and blood wine. Nice. That's funny. All right, we are about 45% fuel. Right there. Still plenty for another hour and a half at least. Now, have to be careful here because of the power lines crisscrossing the valleys. Airport's about 7 miles ahead of us. Shoot. So, whoa, don't do that. So, not this valley, but after we go over this hill here. I mean, I guess technically these would be mountains, right? I mean, we're only 2,500 feet up, so I don't know. I wouldn't technically call this a mountain, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the definition of that would be, to be honest. They rise pretty sharply. Alright, about 5 miles. When we go over the next ridge, I'm going to follow it down. Yeah, see, I love terrain like this. It's so cool to fly through. It's not just always flat. Alright, our airport should be somewhere over here. Looking over that way. Alright, let's start descending. I'm not sure if this is the airport or not. No, let's go a little bit further out. Actually, our airport's right there. I can see the runway.
Skyline 422 Alpha Mike, extend upwind. I will call your crosswind.
Pause music.
Upwind awaiting crosswind call, Skyline 422 Alpha Mike.
Colmar Airport helicopter uniform Echo Echo inbound for touch and go.
Copter Sierra Quebec, uniform Echo Echo, Colmar Tower, wind 345 and 7, runway 01. Cleared for touch and go.
Cleared for touch and go. Uniform Echo Echo. Now it said runway 01. That's from the other side. Probably... no, we're heading into the wind. Wonder why it has me going 01. or... Yeah. It shouldn't have. Alright. Touch the skid down. Alright. Let me... Oh, shit. We're not focused on the game again. There it goes. Okay, so we're going to throttle down. Let me get little nav map up and show you guys the route that we're doing. Show you where we are, where we're going. Sorry, I forgot to turn the horn off. Streaming software. Reposition windows. Yes. All right. So this is essentially where we are. So you can see how my route is very chaotic. We are about to fly into Switzerland. And you can see every single one of these question marks is a point of interest. So even though I made the route go from here to here, we are actually going to be following all the point of interest. Every single one of these, that is a lot. That is a lot of point of interest. So we're going to be in this area for a little bit. If you look down here, let me actually turn that off. Down here is Zurich, Switzerland, somewhere. Wait, I saw it just a moment ago. I've lost it. I've already lost it. Damn it. That's Germany there. Thing does not like to... Yeah, so you can see, like, here's the country border. So we're kind of getting down into this corner of France, but then we're crossing into Germany. So we're not actually going into Switzerland. I think this is Switzerland right here. No, that's... Sorry, I'm getting all confused because I can't see the damn... Wait, no. Maybe? Switzerland, Italy. So yeah, we're not getting into Switzerland yet. Switzerland will be much later flight. Several months, possibly years. We're going to be going back up north here. And back out to the coast. Again, like our route is chaotic, guys. But essentially I've made this route, we've cut that off, and now we're going to fill in the gaps of all the other airfields. But that's my general plan right now. Alright. Reposition windows. Okay, there's that. Let me get my thing where it puts my aircraft front and center, and then we are going to... line some stuff up so I can actually see things and read the airport names. Sorry, I'm trying to fix stuff. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's go. We might end up landing in the middle of a courtyard and doing something, I'm not sure yet. Rolling up. Horn on. Time?
3:53.
All right, picking up. Let's start picking up these point of interest. $40, $50, good to go. $60. Pause music.
Foxtrot Alpha 2 cleared for takeoff, runway 29. Cleared for takeoff, runway 29, Bonanza 64, Foxtrot Alpha 2.
I've lived in a couple places where the town's like right at the base of the foot of the mountains and everything. So it's nice. Alright, so let's check. So it is up where these helipads apparently are. I just realized that's a really big highway on the side of that. Relatively main. About called it an interstate. What would it be called in Europe? Wouldn't in the UK it'd be called like an A road, right? What would it be in mainland Europe? See, we got power lines again to our left and to our right. You can actually see the satellite imagery picked up the power lines on the texture. That's cool. This is a
Lac Blanc is a
pause music.
high-altitude lake of the Vosges Mountains. It is located in the commune of Orby in the Grand Est region, the historical region of Alsace.
Ski resort.
An important rock called Rocher Hans dominates the lake, itself topped by a statue of the Virgin. The Lac Blanc is connected by a pipe to the Lac Noir located 100 meters downstream, where a hydroelectric power station allows the production of electricity by turbining during peak hours. During off-peak hours, water is pumped from Lac Noir to recharge Lac Blanc.
Oh,
The hydroelectric
okay.
activity, with outdated installations, is now abandoned.
This is one of those things where they use this reservoir essentially as a battery. So during the day, they would pump the water back up into it.
The Lac Noir is a glacial lake located under the crest of the eastern slope of the Vosges Massif at an average altitude of 935 meters, under the Luschbach Pass, upstream from Orby. It is established in a glacial cirque of high granitic cliffs, naturally blocked by a morainic cordon. Its emissary is the Ruisseau du Lac Noir, which joins the Weiss downstream from Orby. The Lac Blanc, similar but about 3 times more extensive and twice as deep, is located about 1 kilometer upstream from it, at an average altitude of 1,050 meters. The two cirques are separated by the granite ridge of the Reisberg, which rises to 1,272 meters.
So it sounds like they pump the water back and forth, and when the water's going from the upper location to the lower location, they get the energy stored from that, I guess. That's kind of cool. Okay, makes sense. Alright, heading south. Let's go this way. We are literally just following the, so, right now, we're in Germany. We're literally crossing the area where we're Germany, France, Germany, France, Germany, France, because the terrain is a little, the country border is a little bit rough. We're now in France. So I have a feeling the country line is following this road here.
The Col de la Chloute is a mountain pass in the Vosges Mountains of France. The pass takes its name from the German word Schlut, meaning gorge or ravine. It connects Munster with Gardmer and is also crossed by the Route des Cretes. The climb over the pass has been used several times in the Tour de France cycle race. Between 1871 and 1918, the pass was a border crossing between Lorraine and Alsace, which had been ceded to Germany under the Treaty of Frankfurt. Prior to World War I, the pass could be accessed via 2 separate tramway lines, from Gardmer and Munster respectively. Both lines were abandoned at the outbreak of the war, that from Munster was never reopened, whereas the line from Gardmer continued in service until 1940.
Okay. As I said, there's going to be a lot of point of interest here. Doesn't the Tour de France have, like, on those switchbacks, there's always, like, some accident on those, isn't there? I have another mod that adds in, the things for the, what are they called? The trams? Not trams. Oh, I've gone blank on what they're called. The things that the skiers use to drag themselves up the hill. That is a hell of a route down the hill right there. That's probably mainly animals made that. Alright, that one's not going to read anything off. Continue to fly this way. So yeah, we are technically in the mountains now. We are up, we're currently at 4,600 feet.
The Vosges, German, Vogesen, Alsatian, Vosges are a range of low mountains in eastern France, near its border with Germany. Together with the Palatine Forest to the north on the German side of the border, they form a single geomorphological unit and low mountain range of around 8,000 square kilometers in area. It runs in a north-northeast direction from the Burgundian Gate to the, and forms the western boundary of the Upper Rhine Plain. The Grand Ballon is the highest peak at 1,424 meters, followed by the Storkenkopf and the Honeck.
Okay. Alright, so we are heading over to the nature park. You see, for me at least, this is greatly helping me kind of understand what the geography is in all these areas and what towns are nearby and all that kind of thing. That's the part that I enjoy the most with this.
The Balloons des Vosges Regional Nature Park is a protected area of woodland, pasture, wetland, farmland and historical sites in the regions of Grand Est and Bourgogne-Franche-Comté in northeastern France. The area was officially designated as a regional natural park in 1989. communes belonging to the departments of Haute-Rhin, Vosges, Haute-Saône and Territoire de Belfort are members of the park, which hosts 238,000 inhabitants. It is one of the largest and most populated French regional parks. A wide range of habitats available in the park benefit a variety of wildlife such as boreal owl, lynx, peregrine falcon, western capercaillie, Dianthus superbus, cranberry and drosera.
All right. I love how they use this ground feature here to be like, hey, we're going to put the dam over here. And then not have to use the other side. They can use that for roads and other stuff. I got the hiccups or something. Man. See a little bit of water down there. Oh, shoot. Next track. I know this song. I don't know it in this language. I was not expecting to hear this, but okay.
Citation 4 Tree Mike Whiskey, maintain current heading, expect further instructions in approximately 5 minutes.
Maintaining current heading, awaiting further instructions. Citation 4 Tree Mike Whiskey.
Grand Ballon
Pause
or
music.
Great Belchen is the highest mountain of the Vosges, located 25 kilometers northwest of Mulhouse, France. It is also the highest point of the Grand Est French region. Grand Ballon means Great Mountain because a ballon in French is a geographical term for a mountain with a rounded summit. Some still call it Ballon de Guebwiller, after the name of the closest town, Guebwiller, located 8 kilometers to the east. It is 1,423.7 meters high. The mountain is part of the so-called Belchen system, a group of mountains with the name Belchen that may have been part of a Celtic sun calendar.
Okay. I'm going to keep the audio or the music off for a moment while we go through this. And then just like that, the mountains are gone. That's crazy. They'll come back, though. We'll be turning back north again. We've been heading south quite a bit. I don't believe that this is a custom building, though.
The Collégiale Saint-Thibault in Tarn is one of the most ornate Gothic churches in the whole Upper Rhenish region. Of its 76 meters high spire, it is said that the spire of Strasbourg is the highest, the spire of Freiburg is the broadest, but the spire of Tarn is the prettiest. In spite of its name, the church is actually dedicated to Saint Ubold, of which it keeps a finger as a relic. It is listed
What?
as a monument historique since 1841 by the French Ministry of Culture. The building was erected between 1332 and 1516. The inside of the church is as richly ornate as the outside. The choir is the most decorated part, stained glass windows from the 15th century, stalls from 1442, 12 statues of apostles, Baroque paintings 1719 and 1733.
They have the guy's finger as a relic. What? I mean, I guess, I don't know. That's just a little bit odd. Just a bit odd to me, but whatever. Alright, so what is this body of water important for? I'm not entirely sure. Is that entire side just an earth dam?
Cessna 9001
It
Bravo,
might
taxi
be.
to holding point runway 22 via taxiway Bravo.
Lac de Michelbach is a man-made water reservoir in Michelbach,
Radio Zero.
France, formed by a 1,305 meters long dam. It serves as one of the main water supplies to the city of Mulhouse. Completed in 1982, the Michelbach Dam is 1,305 meters long, 22.5 meters high and 122.5 meters wide at its base. It forms a body of water with a volume of 7,200,000 cubic meters. The lake it forms is classified as a regional nature reserve. Remaining free of any human activity, it hosts over 180 native bird species and as such constitutes one of the most important nesting sites in Alsace after the Rhine. Mostly mallards are present, but also pintails, shovelers and teal are regularly found. Other species that are present in winter are the great cormorant, the goosander, for which the Michelbach site has become the extra Rhine site of reference, the red-breasted merganser, the common pochard, the coot and the great crested grebe. A signposted path, punctuated with educational panels, goes around the lake. In addition, an ornithological observatory allows the observation of the avian fauna.
Huh, okay. To me, this is one of the coolest things about this bush. What is it? God, I'm using the wrong term now. Bush Talk Radio. one of the reasons why I greatly enjoy it is that you can go on to it, you can make your own point of interest, and then put a little bit that is going to read the blurb. And when somebody gets to that location, it'll literally read it out. So if there's something cool that's local to you, put it in, and maybe I'll fly over it one day. We'll see. Don't put your house, please. Shoot. Try to fly the aircraft with my leg. Seidenbauer, thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're doing well. A little bit of both. I think I ended up waking up at like 7 p.m. yesterday. So, kind of late, but then I took a little nap and then started my stream around midnight-ish my time. Had to make sure it was daytime over in France.
The Cité du Train, situated in Mulhouse, France, is one of the 10 largest railway museums in the world. In 2016, 33 steam locomotives, 17 electric locomotives, 9 diesel locomotives and 20 rail cars were on display to the public, as well as the power car of a first-generation TGV
Radio
high-speed
volume
train.
10.
In addition, there were numerous
Radio volume
passenger and
5.
freight cars, as well as trolley cars and a snowplow, among others. They provide an overview of the history of French railroads from the early days to modern times.
I'm guessing this is the museum, because I can see the thing that turns the trains around down there. Yeah, that looks like the museum right there. I about said roundabout. It's not a roundabout. What is that device that turns the trains around? I've gone completely blank. Alright, continuing on.
Mulhouse is a city in Alsace, located close to the German and Swiss
Rotunda,
borders.
okay.
With nearly 250,000 inhabitants,
Rotunde?
it is the second
Rotunda?
largest urban unit of the region. Mulhouse is famous for its strong industrial presence and for its technical museums. The first written records of the town date back to the 12th century. Over its history, the city underwent many changes in its rule, alternating between German, Swiss, and French influence. Having been part of the Holy Roman Empire, and later the Swiss Confederation, it formally joined the French Republic at the end of the 18th century, only to then be annexed by the German Empire after the Franco-Prussian War of 1871. Throughout the
Close
World
enough.
Wars,
Okay.
Mulhouse once again switched rule between Germany and France to definitively remain under French control after the end of World War II. The town's development was stimulated in the mid-18th century by the expansion of the textile industry and tanning, and subsequently by chemical and engineering industries, including railroad equipment. As early as the mid-19th century, Mulhouse was known as the industrial capital of Alsace, the city with 100 chimneys and the French Manchester. The city's industrial presence remains strong until the present day, with major manufacturers in the automobile industry, chemical industry, electronics, and engineering being present in the region. Peugeot's Mulhouse factory is the largest employer in Alsace. With its industrial history, today Mulhouse hosts the 2 largest automobile and railway museums in the world, the Cité de l'Automobile, i.e. the National Museum of the Automobile, and the Cité du Train, i.e. the French Museum of the Railway.
Alright. Let's go get some information on this one. Yeah, we're not quite getting photogrammetry, but... that is a very large building. Of course, nothing's going to play here now. Don't know why this one's not playing the audio.
433 Mike Whiskey, proceed direct to the ILS approach runway 27.
Proceeding direct to the ILS approach runway 27, citation 433 Mike.
I guess not. Doesn't actually have anything to read. Alright, continuing on. We are starting to get some nasty looking clouds though. I'm going to quickly skip over to this one over here. Curious what happened with this flight. Yeah, those clouds just rolled in out of nowhere. We might as well land at this airfield too. Malaya, I've just been trying to do more flight stuff, so we're still in, we're in France right now, but we're on the border between France and Germany and Switzerland, I believe. The weather just got
On June
really
26, 1988, Air France Flight 296 took off as the Airbus A320's maiden passenger flight.
Oh, is this that one
130
location?
passengers on board, it was meant to make a low-pass show flight over Mulhouse-Hapsheim Airport, which tragically ended in a crash.
Oh no, damn.
Most of the crash sequence, which occurred in front of several thousand spectators, was caught on video. The cause of the crash has been the source of major controversy since. This particular flight was the A320's first passenger flight. Most of the 130 passengers on board were journalists and raffle winners.
Damn.
The low-speed flyover, with landing gear down, was supposed to take place at an altitude of 100 feet. Instead, the plane performed the flyover at 30 feet, skimmed the treetops of the forest at the end of the runway and crashed. All the passengers survived the initial impact, but a woman and the 2 children she was trying to save died from smoke inhalation before they could escape. Official reports concluded that the pilots flew too low, too slow, failed to see the forest and accidentally flew in it. The captain, Michel Asselineau, disputed the report and claimed an error in the fly-by-wire computer prevented him from applying thrust and pulling up. In the aftermath of the crash, there were allegations that investigators had tampered with evidence, specifically the aircraft's flight recorders. Airbus made a detailed rebuttal of these claims in a document published in 1991, contending that they were based on a misunderstanding of how the radio transmit parameter on the flight data recorder functioned. In 1997, Captain Asselineau, First Officer Mazières, 2 Air France officials and the president of the flying club sponsoring the air show were all charged with involuntary manslaughter. All 5 were found
Damn.
guilty. Asaline was initially sentenced to 6 months in prison along with 12 months of probation. Mazias was given a 12-month suspended sentence. The others were sentenced to probation.
This crash, even though it happened in France, is the main reason why during air shows you can't have passengers on board the aircraft if the aircraft is involved in an air show anymore. This is the first flight. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this video, but it's the aircraft flying really low and it just goes straight into the trees, right? I'm pretty sure everybody here has seen the video for that. Am I flying north to south? Right now, kind of. Let me pull up the map again. Show you exactly where we are and what my plan is to do. So we've been flying south today. But, and I apologize, every time I have to show you guys this, I have to reset all my labels. So, we started off today about right there. So today we've already gone this way and back up this and down this and yeah. So we're here right now, and at this point we have now reached our southernmost point and we're now heading north again. Or I take that back. We're heading north while collecting all these point of interest, only to turn back around and head south again, only to go north again. So it's a little bit of a mess, but it allows us to make sure that I'm stopping at all these major point of interest and stuff like that. Melania, yeah, same kind of deal. To kind of put in perspective of what we've done, this was the final half of me flying through the UK, as an example. We landed at every single airfield in the UK. My general plan, let me zoom out now, is, so I'm about right there right now. My plan is generally to go back and forth. Essentially, imagine a invisible line going through the center of Europe, center line from the two largest bodies of water, and I'm just going to fill in and get all the airports. Make sure we get Denmark, all that kind of stuff. And then as we continue on, it's going to get a little bit weird when we get to this location. You're filling in a bunch of stuff. We might have to do something creative with airports. I don't know yet. But we'll make our way up into the Scandinavian peninsula, Finland, Norway, and I said Switzerland. That's wrong. Switzerland's down here. Finland, Sweden, Norway. Get those up there, and then I've got to go back across the water, skip across here, and then I got to do the Northern Ireland and Ireland, and then zip back to the UK, beeline it straight towards Dover, make the crossing again, and then from there, then we start going south. So it's going to be several months, possibly a year, before we even get back over here. Like, this takes a while. I think so far, this area that we've done through northern France has taken 3 separate flights. So the longer I can fly per day, the bigger of a chunk I'm able to take out of it. But again, they're still pretty long. But yeah, when I get into Germany, like, again, we're going to be flying just back and forth. Try to set up what is called a traveling salesman route, which gives me the shortest total distance to hit all the points of interest, or in my case, mainly the airports. But as you can see, we're still trying to collect all these other point of interest that are around location, which there are several. But that's essentially what my plan is. I should probably reposition windows. I need to double check my fuel, because we are less than half a tank. All right, let's go back up north, picking up. Yeah, we are about we're right about 32% fuel. So, yeah. Next track. All right, pushing for speed. Okay, we don't have much rain, that's good. Wait a minute, I think I see a racetrack. Might be a small racetrack, but it's still a racetrack. A little kart track, maybe. And Melania, going back to your question, yeah, I've been getting a little bit burned out on the game. New ships doesn't equal new gameplay for me. And the gameplay that they recently added, it's excellent for those that like doing cargo carrying, but I find that the most boring gameplay of all. So, actually, I take it back. The most boring gameplay is literally surface mining for me. But again, everybody has their own opinion on what they enjoy. So if you want to play it, more power to you. Yeah, they sell the Corsair, yeah. Well, for ARCs at least. For those that are unaware, they released a new spaceship in Elite Dangerous, so yeah. And their Twitter and everything, their social media, shared some images that, I don't know, might be a Panther Clipper. No idea. It's kind of hard to, like, all you see is like a landing leg. But it has that general shape that makes you think Panther Clipper. Pause music. All right, let's listen to this. A lot of birds.
The length of its waterway is 53.3 km1. The river begins on the western slope of Rheinkopf, in the town of Wildenstein, at an altitude of 1,195 meters fall. Since 1964, a dam built in Kruth has regulated its flow when the snow melts. The reservoir generated is known as Lake Wildenstein. The Thur bathes in particular St. Amarin, Tarn and Vier-Tarn before emerging in the plain of Alsace and Cernay and obliquely towards the northeast 5, the main course flowing into the Ill downstream of Ensisheim, at an altitude of 210 meters fall, while an arm called Old Thur turns north and joins the Loch after having skirted Ruffach downstream from Pfaffenheim and then flows into the Rhine.
Yeah, some people are doing that so they can get income from that thing, yeah. I had like 9 billion credits, so my fleet carrier will last a few years. Pause music. $8 billion, $1 billion the carrier, nice. Yeah, I think I have about 9.5 billion on my carrier and then another billion on my person, but not super worried about it. Weather's cleared up again. That's good. I wonder what that is. It's clearly an artificial pond. Do I have a hardware mixer connected to my voice meter program to control individual channels? Not exactly. Volume 10. So right there, that voice attack command triggered a command on my stream computer because the stream computer is running the music. So I can control it individually from the game PC. With the game PC, I then use voice attack, sim volume 10. See how that lowers the game volume, right? Sim volume 50. And then I have radio volume 20. So that will actually adjust my AI thing. I mean, I have a mixer, but the mixer is primarily for the microphone stuff. Because I've got this microphone, I've got an input from my wireless receiver in the garage for when I do garage stuff. But I don't have it set to do like a bunch of other stuff right now.
Colmar is a city and commune in the Haute-Rhône department and Grand Est region of northeastern France. The third largest commune in Alsace, it is the seat of the prefecture of the Haute-Rhin department and of the sub-prefecture of the Colmar-Ribeauville arrondissement. The city is renowned for its well-preserved old town, its numerous architectural landmarks, and its museums, among which is the Unterlinden Museum, which houses the Eisenheim altarpiece. Colmar is situated on the Alsatian wine route and considers itself to be the capital of Alsatian wine.
Busan Airport, helicopter uniform Echo Echo, inbound to land from the south.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, wind 355 at 7, runway 01. Report when established on final.
Busan Airport, helicopter uniform Echo Echo, established on final. Radio volume 30. Pause music.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, you're leaving my airspace.
No, we're not leaving your airspace. I'm going further into your airspace. What the hell? No. But you can see how this Say Intentions AI ATC thing, notice how it's using a French accent generated voice too. So it kind of picks that up as well, which is kind of nice. Alright, we are going to get fuel here. Looking for fuel, probably to our right. We're close enough, and I'm a helicopter. I don't have to land on a runway. Where is... There's fuel. And yeah, there's a term called sterile cockpit. Sterile cockpit. Usually when you're on like final and everything, you turn off the music. You're focusing entirely on whatever you're doing. Car, what are you doing? Now the reason why I'm inching this side is that side is where the fuel cap is. Alright. Rolling down. Horn off. Oh, again, the game's not in focus, of course. Alright, rolling down to idle. Alright. Pitot tube, fuel pump off. Cover. Engine off. Pull the rotor brake. Alright, real quick guys, I am going to run 3 minutes worth of ads just to get that over and done with. I am going to take that time, however, to go quickly use the bathroom. So, the helicopter. But yeah, give me a little bit, and then I will go and do that, because I've been live for...
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike, hold short of runway 22 traffic on short final.
Hours and I need to use the bathroom.
Holding short of runway 22, Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Fresh. Okay, 3 minutes, I'll be right back, guys. Miniature Statue of Liberty outside this airport. We'll have to see if they modeled that, if that's the case. Be right back. Myself a Pop-Tart. Bear with me as I do a little stretch here. Hold on. Invisible pilot, right? There goes my ankle. Hold on. I have been having tons of problems with my left ankle. Very good morning. Hope you're doing well. Get this back in. Hold on a minute. I'm invisible pilot. Turn on flight sim track. I thought I had. Oh, this is okay. Streaming software. Because I never changed it for 2024. Okay, hold on. Coffee being consumed. So I literally have voice attack set up where if I use that command, if it sees the Elite Dangerous launcher, it starts up all the programs for Elite.
001 Bravo, cleared for
However,
immediate
if it
takeoff,
sees
caution, wake
flight
turbulence from
sim,
departing heavy.
it starts up all my flight sim things, but apparently it doesn't see 2024 yet. So I'm going to have to change that in voice attack. Alright, actually, I'm going to go wireless, and let me grab a battery. There we go. Do wireless. Reposition Windows. Ironically, fixed it last week for 2024. Nice. Very cool. All right, is it working now? Unless I have something I need to update. It says up to date. Considering combining all the tracks into one app and it switches context switches, that would be nice. Sweet. Okay. Oh, man. I gotta get repositioned in this chair. Alright. Switch that camera back on. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Keep misplacing all my stuff. There they are. Need my controllers again. The debug on the app will show not a number at the moment. Okay. I should also clarify, Barry, the I am currently running Sim Update 2 version whatever 14, which is their newest one, so the version I'm on might still be a little bit wonky. That's the technical term, I believe. Alright, we are good to go. However, we are going to simulate... In fact, here, actually, step out of the helicopter. So yeah, we would sit there and we would grab the hose and we'd pull the hose out pretty far, not go through the car. But then we would drag the hose over here and we would no, close that. We'd inspect our oil level on the gearbox. We'd inspect the turbine, make sure there's no heat damage. But this little thing right there, that's the actual fuel thing. So that's where you put the fuel in. It's got all the information here. US gallons, imperial gallons, liters, all that kind of stuff. Kilograms worth of fuel. Having cargo right now. Again, stop and refuel. I would go up and I would inspect the rotor system. You step right there, right there, right there, and then you're up high enough where you can inspect everything. You want to make sure that this kind of triangular piece that goes between all three, it's one piece. You want to make sure that never has cracks in it. Check the ends of these and everything. Those are important too. Make sure this is fine. You would go into the cockpit and you would also move the controls around while watching this to make sure everything is moving freely. Come back here, tail rotor, and you would look right through this. There's a glass, slight glass to show you the oil level, make sure that the gearbox in the back is lubricated.
Runway 31, dive and train 71, Bravo Charlie.
You would come onto this side, open this up, and that's your jet oil. Apparently you can actually examine. Interesting, cool. But that's the oil that does the gearbox essentially. This is like self-contained, its own thing. Shoot. Should be all good, the base API, that's good, okay. Because yeah, I know like the people that made this Say Intentions AI ATC thing, it was having some weird issues with Sim Update 2. So they had to put out a separate update for people to use it. Something weird, I don't know. Alright, we are good to go though. Actually, no we're not. I showed you where you put fuel in. We never actually put the fuel in. So let's top off, full tank of fuel. Okay. That bar right there is our fuel, so that is now full. Alright, we are good to go. You'd use the little thing, it'd pull the hose back in, all that kind of stuff. We don't need fuel, we fly on hopes and prayers. Sadly not. I need fuel. Alright, let's see. We've got fuel pump back on, pitot tube on. Clear left, clear right, idiot in the truck in front of me, whatever. Clear. Safety cover over that. Don't want to turn the engine off. And the power of Twitch Prime, right? Oh, that'd be evil. What? One Twitch Prime sub gives me 1 gallon of fuel. Let's see how far we can go. Oh, I'm not ever going to do anything like that. All right. Now see, for some reason during startup, it goes all the way into the red. It should not be doing that. It's like, no. That doesn't do that. Alright. Throttling up to flight. Okay. Horn on. Okay. Good to go. Engine load has stabilized. Picking up. Let's get away from this truck. So I'm just getting it light on the skids. And there we go.
Mooney 824 Foxtrot Delta, enter right base,
Radio
runway
volume
27.
15.
Right base runway 27 for Mooney 824 Foxtrot.
Alright, let's get out of here. I am going the wrong way. We should be going north, not south. Alright. Next track. Volume 40. Blame the co-pilot, right? So I believe that is a railroad right there. That's not actually a car road. Car road's to our right. I am not sure what's going on with the top of that mountain. We'll probably go investigate that too. I mean, we're going that way, apparently. Has a railways overlay, nice. So, passing over it now. Secret villain base? It might, Dr. K. It's either that or bad height map data. I mean, there's very clearly a point of interest up there. No, that's a building. Oh, we got a couple buildings here. Hold on. I thought that was the mountain top. No, it's a building on the top of the mountain. Okay. We're gonna go up there. So, Dr. K, you might be right. It might be a secret villain base. An assuming pillar, right? There was that one time that there was like a big giant hole in the ground though, too. I remember people trying to drive their SRVs into it or something. Pause music. Alright, so it's probably going to play a couple audio logs here. Maybe. Maybe not.
Bonanza 64 Fox Alpha 2, cleared for takeoff, runway 30, wind calm.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 30, Bonanza 64 Fox Alpha.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be much left of this. We're not getting an audio log. Oh, I guess there's some building left. Just not enough to actually place the building down. That, however, looks like it's custom geometry. Next track. There is, but it's not modeled. That sucks. Okay. Pause music. All right. Again, I'm gonna be turning the music off a bunch here for all these. Hopefully it plays an audio log. Looks like it has a fun road to drive up to it. Oh yeah, this one looks like it's properly modeled. Why am I not getting audio logs now? Hold on. Quickly do an active pause and double check and make sure that my thing is actually working. Oh, it does not like that, does it?
Towering at almost 800 meters, Haute Königsberg boasts an exceptional panoramic view. From the Grand Bastion, you can see the Alsace Plain, the Vosges, the Black Forest, and on a clear day, the Alps. Built in the 12th century, the castle bore witness to 8 centuries of European conflicts and rivalries between feudal lords, kings, and emperors. At the turn of the 20th century, the German Emperor Wilhelm II decided to renovate the former castle that had been besieged, destroyed, and finally abandoned during the 30 Years' War. The restoration works, notable for their size and modern approach, took only 8 years. Haute Königsberg, restored to its former glory, opened its doors once again in 1908.
Well, they integrated all the rock formations into the construction of the thing too, didn't they? That's awesome looking. Now the catch is the building actually this shape, or is the bounding box completely different? We're gonna find out. Let's descend really slowly and hope. Oh, nope, and right there, it's solid. We're now hovering over the ground. That kind of sucks. It's like, come on! If you're gonna give me an area to land inside with a helicopter, let me do it. Alright, picking back up again. Let's keep flying around this side. Alright, awesome. God, yeah, you can see that from really far away. Dr. K. Okay, so hold on. One of the things that I've been talking about constantly especially when I was flying over the UK, is somebody needs to make a mod that puts angry golfers on golf courses, because I'm always flying so low. I just want them to be like, oh, damn helicopter. That would be great. All right, I'm going to quickly active pause again. Need to queue something up. Let's see here. Right click, add the queue. All right. And unpause.
The Château de Frankenberg is a ruined 12th century castle in the commune of Nieuwboy. Long before medieval times, the place where this castle stands today was the subject of construction. Archaeological discoveries have revealed the presence of objects dating back to the Bronze Age, Roman coins, and a statuette representing a bull with 3 horns, which is now on display at the Maison du Val de Ville. The castle was destroyed by a fire caused by lightning in 1582. It was listed as a historical monument in its entirety on December 6, 1896, but the proto-historic enclosure was not until September 10, 1990. It is said in the valley that between 1870 and 1873 the Blessed Virgin appeared on the path where today there is a Stations of the Cross, a chapel and a spring, in the forest district of Nieuwboy, not far from the Frankenberg Castle. The castle is state-owned. It has been listed since 1898 as a historical monument by the French Ministry of Culture.
Okay, yeah, they just placed generic building in its place. Dang it. I was hoping that was a custom thing. Are we going to that airport? No, we already went to that airport, so we're not going again. All right, so I think I'm required by law to play this next song, right? Next track. This is how it works, right? Probably a completely different Rammstein, right? I think. Oh no, we are going to that airport. Who was asked me to play this earlier?
The Château de Rammstein
Volume
is a
0.
ruined castle in the commune of Sperwiller.
Pause
Its name
music.
is probably derived from the German Ram and Stein and signifies Rock of the Crow. The Château de Rammstein is built on the same crest as the Château de Lauenburg. Standing at an altitude of 384 meters, it is dominated by the Château de Lauenburg, from which it is separated by a few hundred meters. It was built around 1293 as a rear base during the siege of Château de Lauenburg by Otto von Ockenstein, during the conflict between Adolf of Nassau and Albert of Habsburg. Originally built as a simple tower to support a siege engine, it grew at the start of the 14th century
siege
into
engine.
a true
That's
castle
always
with a
great.
strengthening of the tower and an extra wall. In 1421, it was attacked and pillaged by Strasbourg. It was destroyed in 1633 by the Swedes during the 30 Years' War. At the start of the 19th century it became the property of Baron Mathieu de Fourvier, who also owned Ornberg. Today, all that remains are the exterior wall and 2 turrets, built of granite. Because of the risk of landslides, the castle has been closed to visitors since 1983. The castle has been listed as Monument Historique by the French Ministry of Culture since 1924. It is the property of the commune.
All right. This one, though, looks like it has a bit of a building left. Don't know if it'll trigger or not, though. Yes, no, maybe. See, those two are so close to each other, it might just not be able to read it. Yeah, sadly not. One and a half miles. Let me get back up here. And then we are going to go to Ville Airport. Or Ville Airport. Yeah. Sim volume 60. Should have a lot more of the blade slap sound, but...
The Château du Bernstein is a ruined castle in the commune of Damboc-la-Ville. It is situated at an altitude of 557 meters. The castle at Bernstein is among the oldest in Alsace. It was first mentioned at the beginning of the 11th century, though the northern surrounding wall can be dated to prehistoric times. The upper castle with keep, manor house and advanced works probably dates from the end of the 12th century and start of the 13th. After the siege of 1227, it became the property of the Bishop of Strasbourg and seat of the episcopal bailiffs until 1580. Abandoned from this date, the buildings fell into ruin.
Oh yeah, there's not much left of that one either. Alright, now we go to the airport. Chateau de Ramstein is an hour's drive away from Ramstein Air Base. Okay. Is the air base what the band got their name from, by chance? Start from the beginning. Pause music.
Alpha 2 cleared for takeoff runway 32.
Cleared for takeoff runway 32. Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Pause music. Volume 40. Start from the beginning. I will get this eventually. Pause music. It's also the name of the local town. Okay. Again, remember my rule. I just gotta touch the skids down, right? Didn't say anything about coming to a complete stop. Volume 40. Okay, skids down. We're good to go. On to the next airport. Oh yeah, you take one look at that airport. It's like you're not going to be taking off directly into that mountain. All right. Full power. I also have a song called Ramstein from their first album about a disaster at an air base. All right. have several point of interest along this mountain here. Yeah, these are all really close to each other. Volume 5.
Chateau de Spsberg is a ruined castle that dominates the valley above the village of Andlau. The castle was constructed between 1246 and 1250 by Alexander of Stolictica, Voigt, Andlau Abbey. In 1386 it became the property of the family von Andlau. In the 16th century, angry locals set fire to the castle after one of the lords seduced a village girl. The castle fell into ruin after the 30 Years' War. In 1967, it was registered with the National Inventory of Historic Buildings by the French Ministry of Culture.
All right. And I kind of turned away from the next one so I could go out of its range and then back in to try to trigger it, but we'll see if it works or not. Apparently not so much. Not so much. Volume 40. Cyber Dami, good morning.
The Chateau du Landsberg
Pause music.
is a castle in the commune of Heiligenstein. The castle includes a zwinger with 2 sets of defensive walls. Construction dates from the 12th, 13th and 15th centuries. It has been listed since 1965 as a historical monument by the French Ministry of Culture. The central part of the castle was built in the late 12th century, and the newer outer castle added onto at the start of the 13th century by Conrad de Landsberg to provide defense for the abbeys of Mont-Saint-Odile, Niedermunster, Truttenhausen, and Andlau. More recent additions were made in the 15th century.
Well, that one actually has some 3D models on it. Okay. Volume 40. Pause music. Oh, we still got a bunch of more over here. This might actually be a good time to do this.
Aubenas commune in the Basse-Rhône department in Alsace in northeastern France. It lies on the eastern slopes of the Vosges Mountains. Aubenas is a rapidly growing city, its number of inhabitants having gone up from 6,304 in 1968 to 11,099 in 2006. The metropolitan area of Aubenas had 12,369 inhabitants in 2006, from 7,293 in 1968. The Aubenas region, which was the property of the Dukes of Alsace in the 7th century, is the birthplace of Saint Odile, daughter of the Duke, who would become the patron saint of Alsace. The Obanai name first appears in 1240, when the village acquires the status of town under the tutelage of the Hohenstaufen family. The town then prospered. It became a member of the Decapole in 1354, an alliance of 10 towns of the Holy Roman Empire in Alsace. Obanai's status reaches its apex in the 15th and 16th century. In 1562, Emperor Ferdinand I visited the prosperous town of Obanai.
Alright. And see, I'm just trying to kill my speed so I don't trigger the next one.
The Bischenberg convent
Until
rises
right there.
on the hill overlooking the
That's how
village
close
of
we were.
Bischofsheim. It is a pilgrimage to the Virgin Mary. Its chapel is dedicated to Notre Dame des Sept du Lourdes. The earliest documented record of a chapel there dates from 1505. It is one of the oldest and most remarkable stations of the cross in Alsace. It suffered very significant damage during the French Revolution and during the Kulturkampf, but each time the Redemptorist religious found the energy to restore it, with the ever-renewed support of the surrounding populations and of the pilgrims. Since 1990, and at the initiative of Father Micheler, a Franco-German association has brought together friends and volunteers of the Bischenberg convent. This group works primarily for cooperation between lay people and religious. It contributes to the influence and development of the convent by welcoming and staying for pilgrims and groups, maintaining and improving reception structures.
Yeah, sadly, these buildings are all auto-generated. They're not custom. So... I can see the railroad tracks going into the building. Don't know if this will play or not. I guess not. Yeah, some of these are... So, in general, the way that this bush trip pilot thing works, people can make point of interest. However, they have to fill out the information for it to read, and sometimes people will make a point of interest but then not actually have text for it to read out. So, sometimes don't get anything. We're supposed to be going this way, but there's so many things over here. As soon as this triggers, I'm turning back to the northeast. Maybe. Unless it just doesn't. I guess not. Yep, again, something that doesn't have text applied to it. Alright. Pause music. Gets glass ready, right? The Kronenberg Brewery. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that.
Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short of runway 27, awaiting further instructions.
Holding short of runway 27, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
Pause music. Strasbourg Airport, helicopter, Sierra, Quebec, uniform, Echo, Echo, inbound for touch and go. Arriving from the west. Radio volume 20.
Helicopter Sierra Quebec Uniform Echo Echo, Strasbourg Tower, wind 025 at 7, runway 05, cleared for touch and go.
Runway 05, touch and go. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo.
Helicopter Uniform Echo Echo, runway 05, touch and go approved.
Approved for touch and go. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. If it's just getting into a loop, I'm gonna have to do a bug report on that. Oh no, I got it. Radio volume 30. Boop. Usually there's a lot more of a really loud grating sound when you do that, but whatever. Pause the music. Radio volume 15. Actually, there's a couple things that way. Actually, no. We're going to be passing through there later. Volume 5. The master, it's a mixture of everything. For example, voice attack time. That's a text-to-speech voice that I'm using. The Bush Talk Radio, the app that's giving me all the point of interest stuff, that is also a text-to-speech bot, but that one's based online. And then the last thing that I have is this Say Intentions AI, which does AI generation to create a voice that sounds like it's from the local area with accent. So that's why, for example, when I contacted an airport, it had a French accent to it. Radio volume 40. Strasbourg Airport, helicopter uniform Echo Echo, departing to the east. So I just radioed them. It has to do its thing where it thinks and then generate a new response. And then you'll probably hear...
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, wind 025 at 7. Takeoff from your location will be at your own risk. After takeoff, proceed eastbound.
At own risk, departure to the east, uniform Echo Echo. Thank you. So as you can see, it kind of gave me instructions. I had already taken off, so the takeoff instructions I can kind of ignore, but yeah. Now, Say Intentions is a monthly fee. However, they do plan on having a free version, but it will be limited in voices later on. The full one that I'm using right now shoot. The full one that I'm using right now, it will auto-generate voices all the time. So that's the main reason why I wanted it, because I'm doing around this around the world trip. It will literally try to use a different voice per airport to mimic having a different air traffic.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, you're leaving my airspace.
Leaving airspace, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Essentially, when it comes to ATC, a lot of it is ATC contacts you.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, roger, continue on course. Safe travel.
See, and then we're good. It's essentially a back and forth to, they say a thing, I repeat the thing back to them to make sure that I fully hear and understood it. So that's why I'm like essentially copying what they say. And right there, that last little bit, the safe travels, that was the "we heard you, you don't have to respond anymore" kind of thing. Volume 40. We are getting a little bit of stutters here. But then again, that is photogrammetry. So that city might be pretty detailed. We'll be coming up through here again. Our route is taking us around. Yeah, like we're going all the way around again. So we'll be crossing this area again.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, Squawk 4452 and ident.
Squawk 4452 and ident, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Pause music. Four 452, good, and ident. Why is the ident button not working? Probably because it wasn't turned on. That'll do it. There we go. Now we ident. So, setting your transceiver for a code like that, now on the ATC, in real life at least.
Beechcraft 90001 Bravo, clear to land runway 24 wind calm.
They would then...
Runway 24, Beechcraft 90001 Bravo.
Radio volume 10. They would have a little ping on their radar that it would have that number that they assigned me, so they can see exactly where I am. And the ident allows them to, like, it literally, like, puts a little graphical thing to kind of, hey, attention, this is me. So they can kind of see where I am. My first flight simulator was on my, my stepdad's IBM XT. It was literally the very first flight simulator. I remember having to load the giant literal floppy disk into that. Alright, a little bit of aggressive approach here. We can start slowing down. We're actually going to go to the taxiway. Nice, quick stop. I really hope... Actually, no, hold on. The bug guts all over the windscreen kind of sucks, because the only way right now to get rid of it is to stop the flight and reload the flight. Let me do a quick check real fast. You can't search for how to remove bug guts from windshield because it just pulls up the Microsoft Flight Simulator bugs. Like, yeah. Alright, well I guess continue on then. In fact, let me actually... Nearest. There we go. Thank you. All right, picking back up. Pause music.
Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2 holds short of runway 30 traffic on final.
Holding short of runway 30 Bonanza 64 Foxtrot
Radio
Alpha
volume
2.
10. Make sure we're well underneath the wires. All right. Just give everybody a heart attack. Tree surgeon? Yeah, that's one thing I really like about 2024 over 2020 is the fact that the trees actually are 3D instead of just being a flat billboard. So some weirdness going on with the road here. Pause music. Lahar Airport, helicopter uniform Echo Echo inbound for touch and go. We'll be departing to the southeast afterward. I'm just going to touch and go on the taxiway.
Helicopter Sierra Quebec. Uniform Echo Echo, Law Tower, wind 020 at 9er, landing at your own risk. After touch and go, proceed south.
At own risk, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Radio volume 20. Sometimes the volume level on it is not exactly the same. That's why I'm having to change the volume so much. Okay, touch and go. There are several fixes on Sim Update 2. Compared to the live version, the implementation of animals is much better. It doesn't have the stutter issue, because like the live version of the game, if you're using a Nvidia driver that is newer than Nvidia driver 366, whatever the end numbers are, if you're running anything newer than that, it is a stutter fest unless you turn fauna off, animals, essentially. In Sim Update 2, there is no stutter with the animals, and they've almost quadrupled the amount of animals you can see at any one time. So, if I see some animals, I'll go down and annoy them, and you'll see how many there are. Alright, let me check and see, is there anything around us? Several helipads. Pause music. Yeah, 566.36. I think that is it. Sounds familiar. But yeah, Sim Update 2 has fixed that. A lot of the... Pause music.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike, extend downwind spacing for arriving
Steam
traffic.
VR works a little bit better,
Extending downwind, Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
meaning you can go into your VR settings and adjust your VR graphics to get whatever it is to load your CPU up, and then essentially you set your FPS using that. And then you go into Steam VR, and now Steam VR you can change the render resolution. However, every time you change it, you do need to exit VR, then go back into VR, and then it will do that render resolution. So then you can make your GPU work more, and then you can use that to balance the two, so you can get relatively sharp graphics with a decent frame rate. But 366 is it might be 566. I don't know. The one that was released in January. The one in January, if you're running anything newer on the live version, it causes stutters because of the animals. But yeah, they fixed that with Sim Update 2. Alright, I'm looking for animals. The problem is I'm going over a bunch of trees and we're not really seeing any. Where are you, animals? Probably pay attention to what's in front of me, right? Something I just realized too. I haven't really been looking down into the forest to see if there's deer. You would think there would be, though. When I flew through Canada, we were seeing moose and polar bears. I think I see some animals. Hold on. Oh yeah, I see some animals. Now, of course, they're all going to run away from me. But you can already see, look how many more there are just here. That's so many more animals. Here we got some sheep, some horses, and some cattle. Of course, they're all running away now. Yeah, so many more animals. I need to try going back into Africa and see if that greatly increases the number of lions I can find. Alright, we're going this way.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray, extend upwind. I will call your crosswind. Extending upwind, waiting for your call for crosswind. Skyhawk 542.
The Master, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in today. Oh, I want to drive that road. It's just a switchback back and forth. That looks like it'd be fun. Pause music. Cyber Dummy, then that's what I'm thinking of. It's 566, not 366. Yeah, you're right. That is the 566 series is the newest one you can run with the live version of the game and not have animals stutter with you. I'm on like the newest of the new, and as you can clearly see, I've got all the animals. So many animals. All right. Seeing some kind of tower right there. Oh no, it's a turbine. Never mind. It is a turbine. Pause music. Alright, let's see here. Now we got more dialogue. Looks like a cell phone tower on the top of this hill as well. So see, that bit right there is not really playing. That one also doesn't have a bunch of fake buildings.
Diamond 371 Bravo, Charlie turn left heading 270 vectors for sequence.
I did it again. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys.
Diamond 371 Bravo, Charlie.
Forgot that this program has to be open in its own separate tab. Try that again. Sitting at about 80% fuel. Alright, active pause. Okay, quick active pause. Let me lower the collective a little bit. See if I can activate this. Yeah, sadly this one doesn't have any... Oh, there it is.
Hochberg is a castle ruin situated between the city of Emmendingen and the village of Sexau in the region of Baden, located in the southwest of Germany. It was presumably built in the 11th century and was originally known as Castle Hachberg. The line of nobles known as the Margraves of Baden-Hachberg most likely derived their name from this castle. Before it was razed by the French, it was the second largest fortification in Baden. Dietrich von Emmendingen, who later called himself von Hachberg, most likely founded the castle to harvest the forests surrounding it for lumber. Its first mention dates back to a document from 1127. In 1553, Karl II greatly enhanced the castle's defenses and turned it into a more modern, Renaissance-style fortification. During the 30 Years' War, the castle was besieged for 2 years and in 1634 and was slighted for the first time after surrendering to the attackers. In 1681 the defences were destroyed voluntarily by the French after they had taken many of the holdings in Baden through the Treaty of Peace of Nijmegen, and a manned Castle Hatchburg could have posed a sizable threat to their new territory. Only 3 years later peasants caused a fire which destroyed the remaining living quarters. Later on in 1688, French troops destroyed what little remained of the fortification, turning it into a ruin. The first steps at preserving the ruin were taken towards the end of the 19th century and still persist to this day. The Society for the Conservation of the Hochberg has been taking care of the ruin on a voluntary basis since 1971, and in 2007 they bought the tenancy of the castle. The castle has been depicted in several paintings and has many mythical tales surrounding it, speaking of hidden treasure and restless knights waiting to return.
All right, I have a kind of a question. I keep hearing them refer to all these castles are besieged. When they sit there and they said, for example, that castle was besieged for 2 years, did they literally have a 2-year supply of food that they were just, like, what is the definition of a besiegement? Because that's just, I'm looking at, like, the size of the building, and I'm like, is it really, are they just in there dealing with shit for 2 years, or what?
Acknowledge Diamond 371 Bravo.
And Pixel Pusher, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well today. Check and see if this thing actually reads the peak here or not. Yeah, enemy trying to starve them out, right? I mean, if somebody besieged my house, I'd be out of food in a week. That wouldn't be good. Alright, so yeah, that doesn't have any kind of point of interest. Need to build more secret tunnels, right? Everybody needs secret tunnels. Oh my god, this place is beautiful though. I love this kind of terrain, it's so nice. I believe, because we're looking south is that way. I think over there is Switzerland. However, we're not going over there for months because we are about to turn back north again. So I don't know. Pixel Pusher, I am in an H-125, and the reason why I'm in this is because I have flown this in real life. So I wanted to fly a helicopter that I knew in my around-the-world trip. Oh, not my... There we go. Reset the view. Yeah, helicopter I know quite well. So I can do all the crazy shit and I know I won't break it. Maybe only hit 140 knots with that maneuver. Next track. I'm also attempting to try to play playlist of the country I'm flying through at the time. I think I'm still technically on the French playlist, but we will be moving over to Germany, I think, soon. I think technically we're in Germany. But we're going to go back out into France in a moment, so it's kind of a damned if I do, damned if I don't thing. It'll be switching back and forth. Yeah, so this is the Black Forest in front of us. Falksburg? Spielberg. Okay. Ooh, and I just had a game crash, I think. Uh-oh. Pause music. And there goes, yeah, game crash. I think we're having a memory leak. Because, I mean, I have been live for...
Cessna 9001 Bravo taxi to holding point runway 32 via taxiway Bravo.
4 hours, 40 minutes. That's the second crash that we've had so far.
Via taxiway Bravo Cessna 900.
It seems like it happens after I've been flying around for a bit of time. And then it crashes. So... the memory requirement of all the insect smears, it might be. Who knows? I mean, we can blame the bug on the bugs. It's their fault. Let me get the game reloaded. Steam. Play. All right. Supposedly, I am supposed to be hit with a bad storm this morning. Time?
5:56.
Wind is supposed to start hitting really bad around 8, so at least got a couple more hours. I plan on trying to go as long as I can today, up until the sun goes down in Germany, I guess. So I'm hoping for an additional 6 hours from where we are right now, but we'll see. If my internet drops because of the weather being really bad, MK, how'd you know? Yeah, my sleep schedule's ruined, but at the same time, with what I'm trying to do with the flight sim, it actually ends up working out really well. That being said, now you're making me check a thing. Today is technically Monday. Okay, I am not going to go until sunset because I just realized I do still have my Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail static tonight that I still need to go to. I'm gonna ask. I might do a Final Fantasy stream tonight and stream that prog or whatever. We'll see. All right, start. Now, the catch is, we're in the mountains, and it's finding an area that I'm relatively close to. So, closest airport would have been Friesberg, EDTF? Freiburg. Okay. So, zoom in there. All right. And then we were something St. Peter? Trying to find the... See, that was the mountain that we were just looking at. The game crashed somewhere here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go a little bit north of that. I am going to... That looks like a football field. This is definitely a football field. And we're going to start off there. Alright, collective all the way down. Every switch off. And restart this. Sorry, I traded in your Makote for a Hrothgal. I mean, more power to you. It's your character. There's nothing wrong with that. I know several people that have done that, actually. That being said, I'm still a Makote. I don't think I'm ever going to change my character. Alright. Ready to fly. All right. Level that out. And Control Tab. That should go into VR. There it goes. Okay, look in front, press Shift. All right, and we're good to go. So, yeah, the blade socks. The blade socks, for some weird reason, also take this block off. So as you can kind of see, there's a pin that goes all the way down right through that holds everything together. So it, when it's sitting on the flight line, the wind won't just catch it. It'll keep everything neutral. So remove those, remove the blade socks at the same time. Take that off. Go down here, get our static port, and then the pitot tube. So the pitot tube gets the air going into it, so it gets speed. The static port is on a spot on the thing that is, no matter what direction you're going, it's just static air. It doesn't get pressure. And it uses the static port compared to the pitot tube to figure out airspeed and stuff. Whoever owns this building, they do have a satellite dish. All right, let's get in the helicopter. All right. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of people are not aware that drop-down menu to start on the ground even exists, to be honest. All right, so I'm just doing a function check, making sure everything's working. That looks like it works. Okay, battery on. Horn. That works. Fuel pump. Pitot tube.
Southwest 887, maintain Mach
Lights
78.
function.
Maintaining Mach 78, Southwest 887.
Okay. Clear right, clear left. Clear. Okay, engine starts. Turn landing light on. Set altimeter. Usually when the turbine's starting, it's a lot louder. Sim volume 60. All right, let me get these reactivated. Okay, so my Garmin goes there. ATC program goes there. I have the default ATC completely disabled. All my ATC goes to that.
Hey there.
I don't know what the hell that was. Oh my god. Hello, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing well. Ready for our flight today?
I completely forgot it had this simulated passenger thing. Oh my god, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really fun. I completely forgot about that feature. So we're now simulating having a passenger in the aircraft. And it will respond to us. So give me questions, ask them. I completely forgot about that. Oh my god. All right, rolling up. Oh, we're not on that. Horn on. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't think so. It's round, just like most pilots would agree.
Oh, it's good. It's so good. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We got a slight problem. I forgot to actually load the flight plan. Excellent. Excellent. All right, bear with me as I fix my my route. All right. Now, the problem with this is it cannot start from a point of interest. It has to be in airfield. Okay. Reposition windows.
American 225 climb and maintain flight level 350.
Climbing to flight level 350, American 225.
Restarting flight sim track. Okay, route is sent back to the avionics. All right, picking up. See how much smoother the game is now that we've done a restart? It is making me think that there is, like, some kind of memory leak. You also notice that there's no bugs on the windshield either, because everything is nice and clean. Do you happen to know where Raxla is located?
I'm not really trained to handle VFR comms. I'm more of an IFR guy.
Okay. Do you know where the secret location in the video game Elite Dangerous, where Raxla would be?
I'm not really trained to handle VFR comms. I'm more of an
Oh,
IFR
that
guy.
sucks. Oh, I was hoping it was going to say something. Then we could investigate it. Oh, no. I've got to pause the game again. Dang it. So, one of the annoying things is that when the game crashes like that, it does lose. I have to stop and restart little nav map because it loses where I am. Reposition windows. Okay. It would be nice to go back into VR. Okay, that didn't work. That's weird. My headset has gone black. There it goes. It's back now. Actually, we're fine. Battery power is excellent.
912, proceed direct to the Blanc intersection.
Radio volume 10.
Direct to Blanc intersection, southwest 912.
Alright, about 6 miles in front of us is the airport. And we're getting the ads, of course we are. Next track. All right. Oh, man. Alright, we do have photogrammetry here. So the buildings are going to look a little bit like melted ice cream, but... Alright, let's get out of here. Are you kidding me? There's an IKEA here.
2 o'clock, 4 miles opposite direction.
Traffic is site 05550, Mike.
Alright, and we are heading north again. I don't know what this mound is, but it has a bunch of solar panels on it, too. A lot of solar panels. I'm guessing it's a landfill? Maybe? Its shape is a little bit odd. I'm seeing like the little vents that they use to release the gases. It might be a landfill. I gotta double check this now too, because the last time I did this, it turned it off. Nope, we have live weather. Yeah, it's activated. So we should be good to go. Yeah, down there it looks like it's still generated buildings. Now, is this wine fields? Or is that kind of like stair-step design? You can literally see the rows and everything. I don't know. Again, I don't know if this is that part of France.
Hawaiian 645, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climbing to flight level 380, Hawaiian 645.
Pause music. Pause music. So I'm noticing a lot of the terrain here, it's very stair steps, right? Like you have whatever's growing, but there's always like a stair step where the ground is cut out so the areas are relatively flat. At least on the hill areas. A lot of farmland here. It's like that had to be carved out for a long while, right? That's not anything new. Like this has been like this for a while, so I probably did a lot of that by hand. Or by maybe some kind of animal. I don't know. Alright, so we already landed at that airfield over there, so we're just passing through this area again. The whole traveling salesman routes are a little bit odd, because sometimes you will have it double back on you, but distance-wise, it's the shortest line. It's weird like that. Now, annoyingly, we are going right into the wind. It's only a 5-knot wind, so it isn't that bad, but... close to about 43% fuel. Next track. Cyber dummy, right? This pond is very, very blue. It's making me wonder if it's a lithium drying pond. I don't know.
Clear through Bravo airspace.
Clear through Bravo, Alaska 993.
Pushing this thing for as much speed as it can possibly go. We're literally riding the never exceed speed right now. About 150 knots airspeed, which 140 ground speed right now. We are being blown backwards slightly. So it looks like there's a water channel that I'm guessing the boats mainly use. But then they have this, I don't know, like a reservoir or a diversion? I'm not sure. What would you call this? Like this area is like equal distance all the way down. You can kind of see it. Like this is all cut out to be the same width. Now we are getting into photogrammetry now. You can see whatever this structure is here. Cement plant? Maybe. Wonder what that is. Yeah, that looks like cement. Cement and or gravel, maybe? I don't know. Ah, here we have a dam, and then the thing for power. The detail on that's actually pretty decent. And then yeah, the canal, so they can make sure that the water level's right. Okay. Port Authority of Strasbourg up ahead. This is pretty far inland, isn't it? Huh. I'm deviating. I'm following the water when I need to be going that way. Yeah, so this is all photogrammetry. I have a photogrammetry mod that is supposed to greatly lessen the amount of fake trees, but it's not perfect, but it gets rid of a lot of the fake trees where the houses are. You can kind of see what we're flying over right now. There's still some photogrammetry every now and then. But here, it's greatly reduced. You still have it from time to time. You can see it some right there. But I don't know. Pause music. Alright, so this seems to be a football stadium.
The Stade de la Meurnau, commonly known as La Meurnau, is a football stadium in Strasbourg. It is the home ground of the Racing Club de Strasbourg and has also hosted international matches, including one game of the 1938 World Cup, 2 games of Euro 1984 and the final of the Cup Winners' Cup in 1988. La Meurnau has also been used as a venue for concerts and a mass by John Paul II in 1988. In May 2019, a €100 million renovation project was announced to increase the capacity to 32,300. Work is due to start in the summer of 2021 and be completed in late 2023 or early 2024.
They probably need to update that if it's not done yet. Yeah, see, with the photogrammetry, you can see all these interesting shaped buildings, like whatever the hell we're flying over right now.
Located at the border with Germany in the historic region of Alsace, it is the capital of the Basse-Rhine department. In 2017, the city proper had 280,966 inhabitants, and both the Eurométropole de Strasbourg and the Arrondissement of Strasbourg had 494,089 inhabitants. Strasbourg's metropolitan area had a population of 785,839 in 2016, making it the 9th largest metro area in France and home to 13% of the Grand Est region's inhabitants. The transnational Eurodistrict Strasbourg-Ortenau had a population of 958,421 inhabitants. Strasbourg is one of the de facto 4 main capitals of the European Union, as it is the seat of several European institutions, such as the European Parliament, the Eurocorps and the European Ombudsman of the European Union. An organization separate from the European Union, the Council of Europe is also located in the city. Together with Basel, Geneva, and New York City, Strasbourg is among the few cities in the world not being a state capital and hosting international organizations of the first order. The city is the seat of many non-European international institutions such as the Central Commission for Navigation on the Rhine and the International Institute of Human Rights. It is the second city in France in terms of international congress and symposia, after Paris. Strasbourg's historic city centre, the Grand Ile, was classified a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1988, the first time such an honor was placed on an entire city center. Strasbourg is immersed in Franco-German culture and, although violently disputed throughout history, has been a cultural bridge between France and Germany for centuries, especially through the University of Strasbourg, currently the second largest in France, and the coexistence of Catholic and Protestant culture. It is also home to the largest Islamic place of worship in France, the Strasbourg Grand Mosque. Economically, Strasbourg is an important center of manufacturing and engineering, as well as a hub of road, rail, and river transportation. The port of Strasbourg is the second largest on the Rhine after Duisburg in Germany, and the second largest river port in France after Paris.
Again, like, this is pretty far inland. That's crazy if it's the second largest port in France. Okay, hold on. I gotta do something. I have to do this. You can't give me this and not have me do it. Wait, which way is it? I think it's this way. It's a little bit blobby here. You could definitely fly a helicopter down down this road. I'd be worried about whatever power lines are going between things, though. Yeah, I wish the AI thing would be used to take the LiDAR data from this that makes it all blobby and go, okay, let's see if we can try to sharpen up some of the angles on it. Have the AI do that. That would be a good use of AI.
The European Parliament is one of 3 legislative branches of the European Union and one of its 7 institutions. Together with the Council of the European Union, it adopts European legislation, normally on a proposal from the European Commission. The Parliament is composed of 705 members. The Parliament represents the second largest democratic electorate in the world and the largest transnational democratic electorate in the world. Since 1979, it has been directly elected every 5 years by European Union citizens, using universal suffrage. Voter turnout for parliamentary elections has decreased at each election after 1979 until 2019, when the voter turnout increased by 8 percentage points and went above 50% for the first time since 1994. Voting age is 18 in all member states except Malta and Austria, where it is 16, and Greece, where it is 17. Although the European Parliament has legislative power, as does the Council, it does not formally possess legislative initiative, as most national parliaments of European Union member states do. The Parliament is the first institution of the EU, and shares equal legislative and budgetary powers with the Council. It likewise has equal control over the EU budget. Finally, the European Commission, the executive body of the EU, is accountable to Parliament. In particular, Parliament can decide whether or not to approve the European Council's nominee for the President of the Commission, and it is further tasked with approving the appointment of the Commission as a whole. It can subsequently force the Commission as a body to resign by adopting a motion of censure. The President of the European Parliament is David Sassoli, elected in July 2019. He presides over a multi-party chamber, the 5 largest groups being the European People's Party Group, the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, Renew Europe, the Greens/European Free Alliance, and Identity and Democracy. The last union-wide elections were the 2019 elections. The European Parliament's headquarters
I'm getting a
are
little
in
bit of
Strasbourg.
stutter here.
Luxembourg City is home to the administrative offices. Meetings of the whole Parliament take place in Strasbourg and in Brussels. Committee meetings are held in Brussels.
It's one of the French secret nuke silos. Okay. Boop. Have a feeling in real life this area is pretty well... People aren't allowed to land a helicopter in here. The amount of detail that the LiDAR picked up is actually pretty decent here. Like, it got a little bit of detail on the top of this stuff. Picked up that. They must have done like a higher resolution scan of this or something, because, yeah, that's a lot more detailed than normal. Alright. But then you compare it to whatever this is on the other side of the street. This looks like it's falling apart. No, it's under construction. Never mind. So there's probably nothing wrong with that. This one, though. Yeah, it's got some weird issues going on. Again, it looks really good from 1,000 feet up. You get close, it looks like melted ice cream. Alright. Let's continue north. Next track.
Southwest 653, descend and maintain flight level 280.
Descending to flight level 280, Southwest 653.
American 467, maintain 250 knots.
Maintain 250 knots. American 467.
How much of France am I planning to fly over? Yes. Just not... Pause music. So we're kind of at the border of France and Germany right now. And my problem is that because I'm landing at all the airfields, I'm currently working my way north. So I'm going to be going from where I am now into Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, that kind of area. And then work my way further north until I get to the Scandinavian peninsula. Several months later, possibly a year from now, we'll make our way back here and then start working our way south, and that's when we'll start getting the majority of France. But right now, we're just kind of getting the border of France, Belgium, and Germany right now. I need to make a little graphic to kind of explain what I plan on doing. Is that a horse track or a car track? It is a horse track. I see the grass around the outside. Never mind. Look how much better the animals are. Look at this. Hold on. We're going back down. But yeah, the general plan is, as I work my way around the world, I am going to try to land at every hard field airport on the way. Oh my god, this is so many animals. I have never seen this many before. What the ever-living shit? What is going on with the animal generation? Hold on, hold on, hold on. We're gonna go into... I can't even do that. Shit. All the horses and sheep and cattle are running away. Yeah, see, we have a little bit of photogrammetry here. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to chase the animals all into the open spot over there, so just bear with me a moment. Oh, it's struggling a little bit to calculate the animals now. Frame rate's okay, but getting kind of close to those trees. That is insane. The French have stolen all the animals. I don't quite think that's what's going on, but yeah. It shows you, though, how much better Sim Update 2 is for the animal generation. Because you can have this many on screen and its frame rate's still decent. That is... oh my god. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm going to do an active pause. If I can find the focus... okay, hold on. That's what I get for doing that. What I'm going to do here is I am going to do an active pause right here. I'm going to lower the collective, and I'm going to actually pause the game now. I'm going to go external view, non-VR, free cam, and I want to take a picture of this because I'm going to submit that as a screenshot next time. Okay, got a screenshot. How do I... no. There is a horse just climbed into the photogrammetry tree. There's another one. Oh my god. Okay, so let's leave that. Yeah, we'll have to go back to Africa and see if they, it does the lions now, because up until that point... whoa! Well, that just fell out of the sky like... I don't know what the hell's going on, but okay. Turn my fuel back on, and my... that was weird. Should not have done that. Where's my animals? I think it might have been partially because I did the active pause. Something weird happened there when I tried to unpause the game. The cattle that I've been seeing are just the plain brown ones, like the ones I have down here. I have yet to see any black and white cattle. Same thing with the horses. Like the horses here are all this white and brown spotted kind of thing going on. We go underneath these power lines. Yeah, I don't know. There's something weird going on with that. Alright, continuing on, heading north. Get over these power lines. Yeah, I think this is a horse track. As you can see, yeah, you've got the inner ring and the outer ring that the horses can jump on, and then this is the things they jump over. Hurdles, I guess. Next track. Alright, continuing on. Time?
6:46.
Oh, did you guys hear about what some modders did with the new Oblivion game? It's been out for 6 days, and they've gotten VR to work for it, where to the point where you can actually use the hand controllers to aim your bow and swing your sword and all that kind of stuff. Like, already, 6 days in. So I might have to play that at some point again. I haven't played Oblivion in such a long time. Can you get enough FPS for that? I mean, the performance is pretty decent, yeah. Some people made an Unreal injector, and it works really, really well. Cool Dog, good morning. Hope you're doing well today. Save track. I need to get it where it actually reads the track name better. Yeah, well, Oblivion came out when I didn't understand those games, so I bought the game and then never played it. So, if I were to play it, it'd essentially be my very first playthrough. I think I did, like, the very first Oblivion gate that they give you at the beginning of the game, and then that was it, and then never touched it again. So... waiting for a stick to put on the Moza base just got, and the package got delayed. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, those are power lines. Oh, up above the power lines. How dare they put the power lines right in front of the church? I wanted to skim the church. Alright, we're sitting about 35% fuel. I was looking over there, I'm like, what is that yellow aircraft? And I realized it's a tug. Alright. And we're off. Alright, this leg is 9.4 miles. Got a video card last week, now getting the VR stuff working. Very nice. Whatever I'm flying over right now looks a little bit very military-esque. Considering it's right next to an air base or an airport, I bet it is a military airfield. I'm now curious, what is a Roger Moore ripple face? Was that the me going, ugh, like, oh shit, and pulling up over the power lines? Is that what that was? The face I made when I did that? Oh, yeah, me just going, oh, shit. Yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about. Clatton, we are currently in, we're currently flirting around the border of, France and Germany right now. Might have just, actually, I take that back. We cross the water, we'll be in Germany, I believe. We're in France right now. Pucker factor 10.0, yeah. Pause music. Alright, let's get this.
The siege of Fort Louis saw a force composed of Habsburg Austrians, Hessians and Bavarians led by Franz von Lauer lay siege to Fort Louis, which was held by a Republican French garrison under Michel Durand. The French capitulated after a defense lasting exactly 1 month. The siege occurred during the War of the First Coalition, part of the French Revolutionary Wars. In 1793 the fortress was sited on an island in the Rhine River, but today Fort Louis is a village in the Bas-Rhin department in France. General of Brigade Michel Duron's 4,500-strong garrison consisted of the 1st Battalions of the 4th Light, 37th Line and 40th Line Infantry Demi Brigades and the Strasbourg Volunteers, 3rd Battalions of the Guard and Saône-et-Loire Volunteers, and the 12th Battalion of the Vosges Volunteers. Dominique-André de Chain-Balhac supervised the technical elements of the defense. Altogether, Fort Louis mounted 111 artillery pieces. General Major Franz von Lauer commanded the 4,700-man besieging force, which included a siege train of 55 guns. Lauer commanded 3 battalions of the combined Bavarian Regiment, 1 battalion from the Hessian Lieb Regiment, the Hessian Lieb Grenadier Battalion, 1 Austrian battalion from an unknown regiment, and 2 squadrons of the Secular Hussar Regiment.
So yeah, we're using Bush Talk Radio to do point of interest as we fly over them. So that's what you get, the little bit of history every now and then, talking about what we're looking at. Okay, touchdown. And let's get out of here. $40, $50, $60. That'll work. Next track. A little bit stuttery when I look to the side right there, but next track. Trying to get music that's a little bit faster paced, but Air Boss just spilled his coffee. Yep. All right, this leg is about 18.5 miles. So push for speed. So I believe we're now in Germany. Nano Monk, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Lurking is absolutely fine, dude. Yeah, they don't really put the borders on this map, sadly. Terrain highlight, no. Nope, not at all. See, like, that's a glider airfield down there. Is that one I need to stop at? No, see, that's a... It's a grass strip, it's not a hard airfield. Hard surface airfield. The VFR squawk code? I think it's still 7,000, as far as I'm aware. I've never flown in Germany, so I don't know the specific laws. Might be 1,400. Well, that was really weird. Just kind of cut off out of nowhere. What is that? I think that's done in photogrammetry too. Okay, so it's all replaced by 7,000 now, okay. Yeah, you can kind of see mine is... Oh, I need to turn it back on. But it's reporting 7,000. So yeah, we are getting a lot of photogrammetry again, so probably major city in front of us. Karlsruhe. See, again, I need somebody to make the angry golfer mod that puts people that get upset at me flying really low over golf courses. Pause, music. I'm seeing a tower over there, like a, not this big smokestacks, but the smaller cooling tower, so it must be a power plant. We will deviate over there in a moment. Ugh. DHL jet just crossed me. See Ryanair. Don't know about that one. I don't know what BAW, what airline uses BAW.
Karlsruhe, formerly spelled Karlsruhe, is the second largest city of the German federal state of Baden-Württemberg after its capital of Stuttgart, and its 313,092 inhabitants make it the 21st largest city of Germany. On the right bank of the Rhine, the city lies near the French-German border, between the Mannheim/Ludwigshafen conurbation to the north, and the Strasbourg/Kehl conurbation to the south. It is the largest city of Baden, a historic region named after Hohenbaden Castle in the city of Baden-Baden. Karlsruhe is also the largest city in the South Franconian dialect area, the only other larger city in that area being Heilbronn. The city is the seat of the Federal Constitutional Court, as well as of the Federal Court of Justice and the Public Prosecutor General of the Federal Court of Justice. Karlsruhe was the capital of the Margraviate of Baden-Durlach, the Margraviate of Baden, the Electorate of Baden, the Grand Duchy of Baden, and the Republic of Baden. Its most remarkable building is Karlsruhe Palace, which was built in 1715. There are 9 institutions of higher education in the city, most notably the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Karlsruhe/Baden-Baden Airport is the second busiest airport of Baden-Württemberg after Stuttgart Airport, and the 17th busiest airport of Germany. In 2019, the UNESCO announced that Karlsruhe will join its network of creative cities as City of Media Arts.
Alright, so this appears to be a coal power plant. I can see the piles of coal. And then they just have the cooling tower in the middle. But they got that right next to the water so they can offload the materials or whatever that they need. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, Barry was just actually in here a short while ago. Stopped in to remind me that I didn't have it turned on. I need to figure out something to make sure that's actually activating properly when I start a stream and do flights and stuff. Yeah, so that looks like oil refinery. A lot of the circular tanks that they use for that. Again, makes really good sense to have that right next to the water like that, because it's easy to get it loaded onto boats and up and down the waterway. And it looks like this waterway is like, it's dredged to be the same width all the way. And it, again, we're pretty far inland, which it blows my mind that this is like the major port so far inland. I mean, I say that, and Minneapolis has a port too, and we're pretty far inland as well. Don't know if those are used anymore. Some of the tops look a little bit collapsed or something. Actually, I take that back. Hold on. Nope, those boats are active. Okay. And we have ads. Of course we do. It's always frickin' ads. Alright, we are sitting at about 25% fuel. Next airport we come across, I do need to top off. I think there's a sailboat right there. think this might just be an AI sailboat. Oh, it's definitely a sailboat. All right. Next track. Yeah, see, that's just a farmer's airstrip. Oh, shoot. Ads are done. Awesome. Pause music. So one thing that I am noticing a lot more, because I'm now getting a better idea of what the geography looks like in this part of the world, it now makes a lot more sense to me during World War I and World War II on how you just had people spread across this slowly, just sweeping areas looking for the enemy, essentially. And how, like, it was so important to take over these towns that had all the bridges over the water and everything. I don't know how long ago a lot of these waterworks were done where the width of the river was the same, but holding those bridges would be important as hell. Pause music. And again, I'm trying to make sure that there's not any point of interest we're missing. Flight Sim Track uses OpenStreetMap contributors, same as Little Nav Map. Nice. Yeah, I don't remember exactly which Little Nav Map I'm using. It might be OpenStreetMap. Gotta be, yeah, definitely factories. All right, we're gonna top off fuel there. And because we're kind of in Germany now, I am also going to switch to a German playlist. Because we're not really going back into France after this. But this airport's still a ways away. Blubumba Fishy, you sleep well, dude? Probably have to use a lowercase p, though. Pause music. Why is that not activating now? Ooh, I just realized you can literally see the line of where the photogrammetry starts. So everything in front of us is photogrammetry. Okay. Got a tower right there. But this village here is pretty damn accurate then, of all the photogrammetry. That's good. Time.
7:16.
Hockenheim race car track? Wait, is that where I'm at? Oh my god, I am. Hockenheim ring. Thank you for letting me know about that, because that's literally what is right there. Yes, if I'm near any racetracks, please let me know. I would have completely passed this.
The Hockenheimring Baden-Württemberg is a motor racing circuit situated in the Rhine Valley near the town of Hockenheim in Baden-Württemberg, Germany, located on the Bertha-Benz Memorial Route. Amongst other motor racing events, it biennially hosts the German Grand Prix, with the most recent being in 2019. The circuit has very little differences in elevation. The circuit has an FIA Grade 1 license. The Hockenheim circuit hosted the German Grand Prix for the first time in 1970, when the F1 drivers decided at the French Grand Prix to boycott the Nürburgring unless major changes were made. The next year the German Grand Prix went back to the Nürburgring until the 1976 German Grand Prix. From 1977 to 2006, the Hockenheimring hosted the German Grand Prix with the exception of 1985, when the race was held at the reconfigured Nürburgring.
Well, my time's not going to be the best here. Also, I'm kind of skipping the track, so I'm getting a lot of penalties, most likely. Oh no, a hairpin. Whatever shall I do? Alright. I'm trying to make sure I'm not going to hit any accidental floating geometry somewhere. Penalty. Just cut the track. Cut the track again. I want to try flying underneath that, but it's probably the geometry on it's not good. Same as here. Pretty sure there's something there that it's not going to enjoy. Question, how close am I to the Nürburgring right now? Like, I'm pretty far away from it, right? See, the Nürburgring, that's the only reason why I bought, Assetto Corsa Evo, was its big draw, its big feature was supposed to be that it has the entirety of the Nürburgring and the surrounding 15 miles of roads that you can just drive on, and I'm like, I want to do that. And then I got it, and because it's in early access, it doesn't have the Nürburgring yet. So it's like, boo! I love that they have, like, this small racetrack inside the main racetrack. Looks like a damn drift course, almost. Oh, and look at this! Of course, they've got all the places where all the... can land all the helicopters. Holy shit. All the helicopters. That's cool, though. Thank you for letting me know about that, because I'm just, yeah. Nano Monk, the fun thing with the bush trip thing is that you can add your own stuff. If you make an account and you know of point of interest, you can go on there and make your own. The cool part is that they, when I say they, the people that do the Bush Talk Radio, they have a thing where once a month they take all the new point of interest and they add it to a database, and they allow that database to be downloaded, and then I can load that into a little nav map, and then I can make a route to go through any new points that were added. Because it's going to be a little bit before I even get there, if you want to make points, I'll make sure that I have everything updated by the time I get there, if there's something of interest that you want to add on or something. Just please do not put anything that has any personal identifiable information. Do not put a thing down of so-and-so's house and pin it right at the location, right? Can you imagine the boss for Google Street View saying, today we do the Nürburgring? I think they did, didn't they? Like, if you go to the Nürburgring, it has the street view of it. I want to say the last time they did it, there was like a Viper in the view the entire time. It's been a minute. I haven't looked at it anytime recently. Heidelberg Army Airfield? Maybe? I don't know. AAF? Alright, I need fuel because we're at 20%. Are there not any cars doing... Is that technically the Autobahn? It might be. They might be. We'll have to get down low and try. This airport is technically closed. I am looking for fuel. There's fuel. Top off on fuel. Oh, of course the game's not in focus again. Whoa! Don't do that. Aircraft, flight performance, fuel, top it off. Okay, full tank. And continuing on. There's a cafe down the road that does a full English breakfast. Can I add that? I mean, technically you can. I don't know if that's the kind of stuff that they might delete it simply because it doesn't meet like a criteria. You might want to check their terms of service and see if you're allowed to put, you know, places to go to get your $100 hamburger. Have you guys ever heard of that phrase? $100 hamburger? It's literally getting into an aircraft, flying somewhere just to eat somewhere and then fly back. Costs more in fuel and flight fees than actually eating. Do they do DoorDash to aircraft? That would be amazing. Alright, let's see. Anything of interest here? That's only 3 miles away. I'm gonna go check that out. Also, what is this big giant blue tube? Some kind of silo. I don't know what that is. Water tower, maybe? I think there's another one over there. Oh, we actually have a few things over here.
Heidelberg is a university town in the German state of Baden-Württemberg, situated on the River Neckar in southwest Germany. In the 2016 census, its population was 159,914, of which roughly a quarter consisted of students. Located about 78 kilometers south of Frankfurt, Heidelberg is the fifth largest city in Baden-Württemberg. Heidelberg is part of the densely populated Rhine-Neckar metropolitan region. Heidelberg University, founded in 1386, is Germany's oldest and one of Europe's most reputable universities. Heidelberg is a scientific hub in Germany and home to several internationally renowned adjacent to its university, including the European Molecular Biology Laboratory and 4 Max Planck Institutes. The city has also been a hub for the arts, especially literature, throughout the centuries, and it was designated a City of Literature by the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Heidelberg was a seat of government of the former Electorate of the Palatinate and is a popular tourist destination due to its romantic cityscape, including Heidelberg Castle, and the Baroque Old Town.
So this is photogrammetry, so it again looks like melted ice cream. But they do still have some pretty good detail on it. That's cool. Several of these ships in real life are not that large, though. The Nürburgring is about 122 kilometers northwest. Okay, so we won't be getting there today because we're going back up towards the English Channel at this point. See if we can get this to... What is this? Oh, dang. Okay, that's kind of neat. Just... Huh. The photogrammetry picked up a car up here. That's crazy. Big old auditorium thing. All right, let's see. Let's go this way. All right, in fact, we now do this. Active pause, lower collective. Let's go up here, Spotify. All right, we're going to change the playlist a little bit. All right. Oh, yes. Volume 40. Volume 50. All right. Pause music. All right. Yeah, again, thank you very much for warning me that I was near the Hockenheim ring. If I am near any racetracks and or like interesting things like that, please let me know. Especially the racetracks. I came across, what was that track in the UK?
Schloss Schwetzingen, or Schwetzingen Palace, is a schloss in the German state of Baden-Württemberg. Schwetzingen was the summer residence of the Electors Palatine Charles III Philip and Charles IV Theodore. It is situated in Schwetzingen, roughly equidistant from the Electors' seats at Heidelberg and Mannheim, and is most notable for its spacious and ornate gardens. Other than these exceptionally well-preserved gardens and the palace proper, the compound also features the Schlosstheater Schwetzingen, the principal venue for the annual Schwetzingen Festival.
Not Silverstone. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. It was in southeast UK. Southeast of London. I've gone completely blank. Yeah, we did stop at Silverstone. We stopped at the CERN Giant. We stopped at the monolithic rocks. I can't remember what they're called now. I've gone completely blank. Stonehenge, that's it. Thank you. We were trying to figure out exactly where the Goodwood Festival was, but we couldn't figure it out. That was also before I had this Bush Talk Radio app. which the Bush Talk radio app is definitely helping pinpoint the locations of places. So, uh-oh. Hold on. My audio is stuttering. Is your audio stuttering? And my audio's back. That was weird. Oh god, we're not even going there yet. We'll stop back at Mannheim City, but pause music. That is a lot of trains. Pause music. And I apologize for starting and stopping the music so often. It's just that we keep getting close to these locations here.
Mannheim, Palatine German, Mannheim or Monheim is a Universitätsstadt in the southwestern part of Germany, the third largest in the German state of Baden-Württemberg after Stuttgart and Karlsruhe, with a 2015 population of approximately 310,000 inhabitants. The city is at the center of the larger densely populated Rhine-Neckar metropolitan region, which has a population of 2,400,000 and is Germany's 8th largest metropolitan region. Mannheim is located at the confluence of the Rhine and the Neckar in the northwestern corner of Baden-Württemberg. The Rhine separates Mannheim from the city of Ludwigshafen, just to the west of it in Rhineland-Palatinate, and the border of Baden-Württemberg with Hesse is just to the north. Mannheim is downstream along the Neckar from the city of Heidelberg. Mannheim is unusual among German cities in that its streets and avenues are laid out in a grid pattern, leading to its nickname Die Quadrat Estate. The 18th century Mannheim Palace, former home of the Prince-Elector of the Palatinate, now houses the University of Mannheim. The city is home to major corporations including Daimler, John Deere, Caterpillar, ABB, Fuchs Petrolub, IBM, Roche, Reckitt Benckiser, Unilever, Phoenix Group, Siemens, and several other well-known companies. In addition, Mannheim's SAP Arena is not only the home of the German ice hockey record champions the Adler Mannheim, but also the well-known handball team, the Rhein-Neckar Löwen. According to the Forbes magazine, Mannheim is known for its exceptional inventive power and was ranked 11th among the top 15 of the most inventive cities worldwide. The New Economy magazine elected Mannheim under the 20 cities that best represent the world of tomorrow, emphasizing Mannheim's positive economic and innovative environment. Since 2014, Mannheim has been a member of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network and holds the title of UNESCO City of Music. Mannheim is a smart city. The city's electrical grid is installed with a power line communication network. The city's tourism slogan is Leben in Quadrat. The civic symbol of Mannheim is Der Wasserturm, a Romanesque water tower completed in 1886 that rises to 60 meters above the highest point of the Art Nouveau area, Friedrichsplatz. Mannheim is the starting and finishing point of the Bertha Benz Memorial Route.
Okay. Pause music. Throw my trash in the trash can. Alright. Did I score 10 points? What do you mean? Apparently, as I go around and collect all these point of interest, I am scoring points. I just lost audio again. Pause music. It's only the game that's losing audio. Interesting. The music was not stopping at all. Let me get down and landed here real quick. Hold on. Does that. I don't know why it just cuts my audio off. I have to go to external view and then back in and then the sound comes back. I don't know. Alright. Oh my god. Sorry, I've had this thing on my face for the last several hours, so my face is a little bit raw now. Okay. Alright, so where... the frickin' place. Good on fuel, still about 92, 93%. Picking up. Next track. Volume 40. See if I can move out of the area where the photogrammetry is and maybe we'll get some frame rate back. Weird. Battery power is still absolutely fine. I've been running this thing on the battery for the majority of the flight today. Just a random square where they remove the trees. Okay. I don't know. It's kind of funny, just a random square. They're growing something out there. See? You can see the line. On this side is photogrammetry, on that side is the auto-gen stuff. So, a little bit weird. The problem is that we're going to be flying over the photogrammetry area for the foreseeable future. Is this a grass field? No, it's paved. Just barely. No, it's a grass... It's mainly a grass strip. So that entire maneuver, I essentially did a 270-degree circle, just completely killing my speed the entire way. Now turn and hope we don't hit a tree. It's more dangerous if you lose engine power in real life. That's why you don't really do it all the time and or so low to the ground. But again, I'm in a sim and I'm able to screw around and do crazy shit. Oh. Very orange roof, or possibly reflection of the sun. I don't know. Might be gold tinted. That would make sense for it being facing the sky. Again, anybody coming into the stream right now are going to be very confused hearing the music. They're going to join and be like, oh, it's a German streamer. No. No, I'm not. We're just listening to German music as we're traveling through Germany. Have to keep vocalizing that. I wonder what that was supposed to be. Not labeled. Alright, we're gonna do a touch and go here. Boop. All right. 10 miles south. Maybe we can get out of this photogrammetry too. Get some frame rate back, please. Shoot. Time?
7:52.
A lot of industry stuff here. Again, this looks very much probably coal right there. Looks like a bunch of stuff to move coal off the boat. Or onto the boat. Not sure. Might be, might be moving the coal off and then move the coal onto trains. Maybe. And this is the Rhine? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Alright, let's push for some airspeed. Try to get away from this photogrammetry as quick as possible. If they can figure out how to get the photogrammetry to not kill the frame rate, it'll be so much better. Look at all the frickin' animals. So many animals. Yeah, we're still flying over photogrammetry. This is the most I've seen the photogrammetry in rural kind of area. But then again, it is kind of in between all these major cities too. It kind of makes sense. Got a boat launch over, actually several boat launches. Bunch of ramps into the water there. What the hell is this? Yeah, there was definitely some weirdness going on with the scanning. You know what? I bet the airplane was flying overhead and it picked up some large birds. That's probably what that was. large birds got caught in the laser scan.
The museum was opened in
Pause
1991 as a sister museum of the Auto and Technik Museum Sinsheim and is run by a registered alliance called Auto and Technik Museum Sinsheim e.V. As of 2004, it has more than 2,000 exhibits and an exhibition area of more than 150,000 square meters. It attracts more than 500,000 visitors per year. In addition to the exhibitions, the museum also sports a 22 meters by 27 meters giant IMAX dome theater. In spring 2002, Lufthansa donated a retired Boeing 747-200 aircraft, which is now accessible to visitors. In April 2008, a Soviet/Russian Buran spacecraft, OKGLI, was transported to the Technik Museum and is now another walk-in exhibit. Other walk-in highlights are an Antonov An-22 and several other aircraft types, locomotives, the houseboat Sean O'Kelly of the Kelly family, and submarine U-9 of the German Navy.
Okay, that's cool. I see an F-15. See which ones I have to identify. I think that's a Hind helicopter right there. So that right there is the F-15. Of course, there's the, what do they say, 727? F-4 Phantom. Looks like they might have two of those. I love how they just have this one aircraft is just in the parking lot. That's freaking great. Yeah, this back area looks like it's a bunch of aircraft like in work. I don't think this might be the in work area of the museum. We had the same kind of thing at the Hill Air Force Base Museum. There was an area that had a bunch of aircraft, but they were all torn to shit because they were being fixed up for display pieces. We did still have a bunch outside, but their paint was just worn from sitting in the sun constantly. They weren't near as good as the ones that were actually inside the museum in the climate control. Like the SR-71 and all that kind of stuff. Skids down, come to a stop, back up. All right, go over to the cathedral. have a feeling this might not play either. No, I think they're too close to each other. Yeah, that's a custom model. That is not photogrammetry. That is a full-on custom model. And yeah, we're getting bad frame rate drop here. Get out of here, please. Pause music. You see, I'm getting a lot of frame rate drop now. Alright, let's see if we can get away from the photogrammetry stuff. I'm kind of seeing a line right here. It might end past that. Actually, no, we were on the non-photogrammetry area for a moment. Damn it, it's starting again. Why did they photogrammetry the entire forest? Dang it. Is this the location that has two big giant dirigible hangars and they ended up building like a water park inside of them? Is that what this... Am I thinking of the right area or is that a different part in Germany? Pause music. Are you okay? Do you have sufficient snacks and drinks?
It's a VFR. I'm not really supposed to be helping you with the comms unless it's IFR.
Apparently she's not answering. How are you doing today?
Holiday Park is an amusement park in ASRock,
It's a
Germany.
VFR. I'm not really
It is
supposed
one
to
of
be helping you
Germany's
with the
most
comms
popular
unless it's
theme
IFR.
parks and is part park and part woodland. Its free-fall tower was the first amusement ride of its kind in Europe. The park offers several other amusement rides, as well as roller coasters, water rides, and live shows. The park is well known for its Expedition G-Force roller coaster. The ride has been consistently remained in the top 10 of the Golden Ticket Awards, top steel roller coasters, as well as the top 3 in the Mitch Hawker's Best Roller Coaster poll, Best Steel-Tracked Roller Coaster since opening in 2001. Since 2010, the park is owned by Belgian media corporation Studio 100 and operated as part of their Plopsa Parks.
Needs a BIOS update, right? Again, this looks like some kind of horse track. looks like gravel. Alright, we do not have photogrammetry anymore. I don't believe. I'm not seeing any bad trees. Of course, we've got a ton of bug guts all over the windshield. Turn all that off. Next track. Alright, we're pushing for airspeed now. Cyber Dummy, take care, dude. See you in a bit. Alright, looking for an airfield in front of us. It is only about 2 miles away. Might want to start slowing down. And we have the ads playing. Boo, ads. So I can land into the wind. Okay, I'm gonna do this big sweep again to kill our airspeed. I guess it's a direct crosswind. And picking back up. Get out of here. Skim right over those trees. Got a railroad track right underneath us. Oh, shoot. 10 miles to the next airport. Hello, horses. Turn that back on. Oh, man. Time?
8:12.
It's like 3:12 in the afternoon in Germany, so my biggest problem that I have now is I still need to sleep, and then I've got to get up again this afternoon to do Final Fantasy raid stuff. That is a lot of solar panels. Possibly an old quarry. Maybe. Cyber Dummy, welcome back, dude. Lot of wind turbines around. Not so many to our right, a lot to our left. Seeing them way off in the distance there. Damn birds. Yeah, some of the birds, the scale's really off and they're larger than my helicopter. I'll have to figure out which one it is and remove that. Alright, doing another touch and go. Keep our speed up. Whoa, okay. Well, I didn't like that. I was wondering what that pink was over there. Hold on. Keeps doing this thing where I lose the... St. Chuck Years, air combat, right? Sounds like
St. Peter's
Oz
Cathedral
music.
is a Roman Catholic church and former cathedral in Worms, southern Germany. The cathedral is located on the highest point of the inner city of Worms and is the most important building of the Romanesque style in Worms. It is closely associated with Bishop Burchard and the high point of Worms history in the 12th and 13th centuries. It was the seat of the Catholic Prince Bishopric of Worms until its extinction in 1802, during German mediatization. After the extinction of the bishopric, it was reduced in status to that of a parish church. However, it was bestowed the title of minor basilica in 1925 by Pope Pius XI. Most of the cathedral was finished by 1181, however the west choir and the vaulting were built in the 13th century, the elaborate south portal was added in the 14th century, and the central dome has been rebuilt. Great events associated with the cathedral include the nomination of Leo IX as Pope in 1048, the Concordat of Worms which ended the investiture controversy in 1122, the marriage of Emperor Frederick II to Isabella of England in 1235, and the Diet of Worms in 1521, during which Martin Luther was condemned as a heretic.
Pause music. But yeah, since we're in Germany now, we're playing a German playlist. That is the reason why this song is on. And I'm getting the stutters again. Oh no. Another golf course down below. Cyberdummy, I can't see that. All I've got in it is an IMDb. I don't even see what it links to. Cartoonist Woody becomes a superhero he draws. Using his gadgets, he helps a Soviet spy defect to the West. I do not recognize that at all. Condor Man? Yeah, that's not something I know about. Is the song in the movie or something? Radio volume 20. It's so bad it's good. If you ever get a chance, watch a movie called The Wizard of Space and Time. It's a movie all about movie special effects and how they used to do it. Volume 50? Okay. I mean, I picked 80s German pop songs. Volume 40. Okay. So it's not the classical version, it's a redo. I was confused right there with the choice of music. The Wizard of Space and Time. It's a corny as hell movie, but it's hilarious. Uh-oh, game's frozen. And it unfroze. That was weird. Why is this runway so tiny? Why is it like that narrow? Back into the photogrammetry. I've actually been watching that Light and Magic documentary. It is really nice. I think I'm on like the 3rd episode or something, so I'm still relatively early in. The Wizard of Space and Time, it's a comedy. But it's literally the guy working on the special effects of the movie that you're watching. It's kind of crazy.
Katana 422 Mike Whiskey, we are about 10 miles to the south, setting up for a left downwind runway 12.
more birds. Boop. And we're out of here. So, what city am I approaching over here? Is this Frankfurt? It is, isn't it? Okay.
Katana 422 Mike Whiskey, setting up for a 45-degree entry runway 12.
Time?
8:31.
Yeah, that, like, I mean, that's the main city of Frankfurt, right? So, let's see here. We're not going there yet. We're going to the airport, but not the actual city yet. That'll be much later. 3 to 5 flights from now, maybe, we'll get back here. That is a big airport. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, getting stuck somewhere, yeah, it's not fun.
Frankfurt am Main
Pause
Airport
music.
is a major international airport located in Frankfurt, the 5th largest city of Germany and one of the world's leading financial centers. It is operated by Fraport and serves as the main hub for Lufthansa, including Lufthansa City Line and Lufthansa Cargo, as well as Condor and AeroLogic. The airport covers an area of 2,300 hectares of land and features 2 passenger terminals with a capacity of approximately 65 million passengers per year, 4 runways and extensive logistics and maintenance facilities. Frankfurt Airport is the busiest airport by passenger traffic in Germany, as well as the 4th busiest in Europe after London Heathrow Airport, Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport and Amsterdam Airport Schiphol. The airport is also the 13th busiest worldwide by total number of passengers in 2016, with 60.786 million passengers using the airport in 2016. In 2017, Frankfurt Airport handled 64.5 million passengers, and in 2018 nearly 70 million. It also had a freight throughput of 2.076 million metric tons in 2015 and is the busiest airport in Europe by cargo traffic. As of summer 2017, Frankfurt Airport serves more than 300 destinations in 5 continents, making it the airport with the most direct routes in the world. The southern side of the airport ground was home to the Rhine-Main Air Base, which was a major air base for the United States from 1947 until 2005, when the air base was closed and the property was acquired by Fraport. In 2017, passengers at the airport increased by 6.1% to 64,500,386 compared to 2016. The airport celebrated its 80th anniversary in July 2016.
Yeah, that's a big damn airport. And see, this one, I'm pretty sure, you look down there, I mean, it's got all the stuff everywhere. So this is like one of those high quality made airports, isn't it?
Katana 422 Mike Whiskey, clear of runway 12, taxiing to the FBO.
Oh my god, they got this airplane. Oh, they got that taxiing properly. That's nice. That's cool. See, it's got all these things here too. Yeah, we are getting a little bit of slowdown here, but at the same time, all of those are real-life aircraft. F-16s were here? Okay. Yeah, I never got to go to Germany. I take that back. No, I did stop at Germany once. I was on my way to Afghanistan in 2005, and I believe we landed at Ramstein Air Base. That's the only time I've ever been in Germany itself. Not entirely sure those 777s are next to each other like that, but okay. With some weirdness going on with the AI. We've got the tram thing going every which way. Yeah, a lot of these might not actually be the proper aircraft type. So I have a feeling those 777s, it's actually a smaller aircraft. Yeah, I think this is one of those starred airports where they actually modeled it properly. That being said, I have to do something dumb. I hope I can do this. You can't give me a building that appears to have a hole in it and not have me fly through it. Please let this actually be hollow. Please let it be hollow. Please let it be hollow. Please let it be hollow. And it is not hollow. All right. Get some airspeed. All right. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's missing the... Where's the fuselage? I thought that was like a flying wing at first. I was really confused. Oh, now the fuselage decides to load in. I was so confused there. 4 passenger. There's nobody in the aircraft with me. It's just me, myself, and I. Oh, wait, that's 3 people. Or is it? But see, the fact that they have all this amount of detail here, I mean, this is a lot of things to render, though, too. A lot of cargo there. Whatever these buildings are over here, I mean, I don't know what this big white building is, but it's a very unique shape, for sure. Alright. Yeah, a lot of stuff to stream in, yeah. I have no idea where the general aviation area is. We're definitely on the main terminal side. General aviation might be on the other side. Let's head over there. Normally, you wouldn't be crossing all the runways like this, but... See, that airplane's taking off. Yeah, so I think this side used to be what was the military base. This makes, the layout-wise, it makes a lot more sense being military, because you don't have, like, a bunch of terminals and stuff. The aircraft are all on the flight line kind of thing. So that makes a lot more sense on that side. I'm getting really bad frame rates right now. Looks like there's a lot of new construction, unless, then again, don't know how new this satellite imagery is. See, over here, you have the air traffic control tower. Actually, I take that back. So, a lot of times, these towers are mainly for ground control. It's for the people inside to be able to look out and, like, oh yeah, I see that aircraft, I needed to go on this taxiway to get to this location. That's why you have, like, this tower here, but then you also have that tower way over there, which I'm going down. Let me add a little bit more collective, please. But, this field might have 4 towers, maybe? Because there's another runway over there, which is kind of throwing me off a little bit. And you got, like, this big hangar here. Yeah, look at all this stuff down here. Is that everybody's luggage that they lost? And the other thing, too, is, like, I'm pretty sure there's websites where you can actually tune into the radio frequency and listen to the real-life communications between the tower and the aircraft. Listening to that is pretty cool to see, or hear, I should say. Especially if you have, like, a map of the airport, and then you kind of get an idea of what's happening, and you can kind of see what they're doing. Alright, we're going to set down right here. I love how this box over here just says cargo. I don't know if you've all noticed, but a lot of the aircraft, the tail numbers of the aircraft, if they're just placed down, they're named like, this is Cessna 1234. Like, it's super generic. In fact, let me find one. Yeah, live ATC. I don't know if they cover European airports too, but if they do, awesome. So, de Havilland C8, that apparently that's how they get the tail number here, right? Kind of weird that they have a Canadian de Havilland, because those are more short range, not really going over the water, but whatever. But like this is a Cessna, right? So it's literally AS Cessna. Like, that's super unimaginative tail number. I wish they would get that fixed. Oh my god, the frame rate is just getting bad. I'm gonna land here. Alright. There's that. Turn that off. Slowing down. Cover up. Oh, damn it, the game's not in focus. Cover up, engine off. Horn off. Pull the rotor brake. Alright, so my plan is we are finishing today's flight here in Frankfurt. I need to lay down badly. Well, it does have another runway going way off. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. We will take a look. We will be taking a look at little nav map. Turn all that stuff off, fuel pump off, pitot tube off, avionics off, and last but not least, battery. Alright, and we are good to go. Alright, so, oh man. Been doing this flight for how long today? 7, almost 8 hours. Okay. So let's take a look at what we actually flew today. And then what plan is for the future. All right. OBS. Let's get rid of that and do this. All right. So today oh my god. I keep forgetting that when I shrink it down so I can actually see my route and see the labels, I've got to be able to turn that off faster somehow. So we started off like here-ish. So we kind of flew along all this, just all over the place here. Up through here, stopped at a whole bunch of different places. Down through here, all the way up through here, and we're finally in Frankfurt. So, in the future, we should be able to get at least to that point right there, and then we will be going back to the coast, and then back in again, and then we're essentially just sweeping. again, we're heading north as we sweep back and forth, collecting all the airports. Yeah, Dusseldorf there. And then as we go back this way, we're going to be re-entering, in fact, right here. We will be finally going into Luxembourg. We will be dipping back out into France again for just a little bit before getting into Luxembourg. And then we will be stopping at several locations in Belgium. And then eventually, as we continue to head north, we will make our way into the Netherlands. And then back into Germany. It's just back and forth and back and forth and yeah. Every single little question mark on the screen is a point of interest that was added from the Bush Talk radio thing. I think I can turn those off. Unknown. Yeah. All those unknown are the Bush Talk radio. Those are all people added those. Like they're everywhere. Of course, they're going to vanish the moment I zoom out. But as you can clearly see, I mean, we went essentially halfway into Europe, right? I mean, that point right there is kind of the halfway point between the two large bodies of water. And that was my general plan, is to kind of draw an imaginary line right down the middle of Europe, and then we are going to just keep sweeping back and forth as we work our way north, get the Scandinavian countries, come back down, get Northern Ireland and Ireland, then come back and go the other direction. So, is that a plug-in for Little Nav Map? No, the Bush Talk radio, they put out a monthly, I think on the first of the month, a monthly database adding in all the added point of interest, and that file will import into Little Nav Map to make it show on Little Nav Map. Bush Talk Radio also include a file that you put into your community folder, which causes it so you can see those same points in Flight Sim itself. So it's kind of a, yeah, they've got a whole bunch of stuff. Super, super nice. All right. But yeah, that's my general plan, guys. Thank you all very much for hanging out. I do want to say, though, as well, it is currently not 8:51. It's 9 a.m. here. I do have people in my Final Fantasy XIV static that are not entirely, what's the word? They have concerns about having their character and name visible during a live stream. So I will ask again tonight to see if I am okay to stream some Savage content, so you guys can see some like difficult content and stuff. We have been getting to Enrage, which is we've done all the mechanics of the fight. It's just now we're cleaning up mechanics, and we have to raise our DPS. Now, me being a healer, I don't have to worry about that as much as the others do, but now that I know the fight, I get to start optimizing where I use abilities, so then I'm able to maximize my DPS. So I'm helping, right? But I will ask, if I go live with Final Fantasy XIV later tonight, it will probably be a Twitch-only stream. I won't be streaming it on YouTube, just simply because of dealing with multiple chats and the game at the same time. It's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. If I don't stream at all, it's because somebody didn't want to be streamed. So that's my general plan. If I do that, it will be... Shit, I've lost my phone. There's my phone. If I do that, it will be at 7 p.m. Central Time, which I don't know. Again, it's currently 9 a.m. now, so you can kind of... It's 10 hours from now, essentially. right? Yeah, 10 hours from now. I can do math. I just have to count on my fingers. But guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. I will see y'all later. Let me, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream is about to end shortly. If you are watching on Twitch, let me find somebody to get you guys over to go watch. So let's see here. In fact, I'm going to send you guys over to go watch Psyche, who's currently playing a bit of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. So guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. I will see you all later, and with that, take care. Later, guys.